Senate Transportation Committee will come to order this morning for interim studies, the business of interim studies, our first interim study, and welcome everybody online and all the senators here present. Post-COVID has really done a number on attendance. We need to probably do better at that, but hopefully some folks will be listening online and we'll get the information and can follow up with questions that they have for those presenting here today. But anyway, in the mode of interim studies, we have two interim studies today. The first one was requested by Senator Michael Bergstrom, who is the vice chairman of this committee. His interim study is number 2022-01. It's the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority, what it is and what it is not. And I'm going to turn the gavel over to Vice Chairman Bergstrom to handle introductions and just, if he's okay with this, just handle his interim study. Vice Chairman Bergstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The interim study, of course, is intended to take a look at the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority. There are those who will argue that turnpikes are too costly for individuals and should be done away with. And then there are those who think that turnpikes are the holy grail of transportation. I know that over the years, my own personal view of turnpikes has evolved as I've come to understand what they do and what they don't do. I appreciate those who are here for this study and those who will be online. I'm hoping that we can learn a few things from this. There will be an opportunity to ask questions of the presenters. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and recognize our first presenter, Joe E. Kelly. If you would come up and introduce yourself, I would appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator. Is audio okay from right here? My name is Joe E. Kelly. I'm the Deputy Director and Chief Engineer of the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority. Here today to talk a little bit about the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority, what we do and what we don't do, as well as discuss a little bit about the Access Oklahoma program. And I know that later on this afternoon we're going to dive into that a little bit deeper. Briefly, I'm originally from McAllister, Oklahoma. Grew up where the Indian Nation Turnpike was the only turnpike that I was aware of, utilizing it to travel to and from Oklahoma City, Tulsa, and eventually Stillwater, where I went to college. I went to work for the Oklahoma Department of Transportation for the first time in 2001, working as a summer intern and then eventually a draftsman in the design squad before going to work full-time with the department after graduation with my civil engineering degree. From there, for the next 15 years, I worked in District 4, which is north central Oklahoma, where most of the time I was working on widening an existing highway or doing operational improvements to the existing state highway system, interstate system, U.S. highway system. In 2016, I came to work for the Turnpike Authority to work on the Driving Forward Bond program, and now was eventually promoted to Deputy Director, and now am working on the Turnpike Authority as a whole, and specifically on this access program that's really brought us here today. So next slide, I think. So you can't know exactly where you're going without taking a look at where you've been. So this is a map of Oklahoma from 1947. This map, and if the legend is off to the side that you can't see, but it denotes three different types of roadways, and these are all highways shown on the map, but the solid lines are improved paved highways, meaning they had an asphalt or concrete surface, a solid surface. They're all two-lane, with the exception of a small segment of Route 66 and Northwest Expressway in Oklahoma City and a small section of Route 66 in Tulsa. And the rest of the network, it's written on there, about 3,000 miles were gravel highways at the time, and 741 miles at the time this map was produced in 1947 were dirt highways. Mud when it rained, dirt when it was nice and dry, and they were graded regularly, and that's how the Department of Transportation at that time took care of those. The important thing to know in the 1940s is that Oklahoma had just put a lot of money, the U.S. government had put a lot of money into the school system and into the Department of Defense. The different forts and Army Ammunition Depot in McAllister, the different military bases across the state had just received supplemental income and had grown tremendously in the 1940s. And many of those were connected to the rest of the state and the rest of the nation on gravel highways or barely improved graded roads, or in some cases paved highways. So in 1947, the most traveled roadway connected our two urban metropolitan areas, which was Oklahoma City and Tulsa. That was Route 66. Looking back at some old newspaper documents and things along Route 66, it routinely had accidents. There were no shoulders. It was very narrow. Sections of it only had 9-foot lanes, so only an 18-foot width. Had many accidents, and when an accident happened, there was not enough grade there to get traffic around it. And at that time, seatbelts were relatively new, and so the accidents were tremendous and horrific. Next slide, please. So in 1947, the state of Oklahoma and the legislature created the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority for the specific reason of building the Turner Turnpike, a major connection, a 4-lane divided high-speed connection between Oklahoma City and Tulsa to solve that major issue that was occurring on Route 66. Construction began, I think, in 1950, and in 1953, the Turner Turnpike opened as the first 4-lane divided paved road in the state of Oklahoma. And the legend on the 1953 map over to the side now added a line of that bold black line that's shown, and actually it's deep red, but the bold line shown as 4-lane divided paved roads in the state of Oklahoma. And you'll note still on this map that there are no other 4-lane divided roadways in 1953 other than still a section of Route 66 in Tulsa and a section of Route 66 and Northwest Expressway in Oklahoma City. In 1953, in May of 1953, when the Turner Turnpike opened, it was a modern marvel. It was the first 4-lane divided high-speed roadway west of the Mississippi, best I can tell. It carried a lot of traffic, had something like 12 or 13 restaurants, nice restaurants that you'd sit down and eat at along the roadway, had rest areas, and people drove from around the state to go drive it. The toll rate at that time in today's dollars would have been about $14 or $15 to drive the full extent. Today it's about $4.50 for a passenger vehicle. But at that time, people came from all over to see it. There were still gravel highways in the state of Oklahoma. So ODOT was still working on getting traffic, getting the rest of the state out of the mud. The paved roadways that did exist were thinly paved. They didn't have thick pavement, and so they were needing already to be rebuilt where they were undergoing heavy use. Sections of the state didn't have very many highways, including the southeast corner of the state, which has significant segments that were covered with county road and Forest Service road, but didn't have a lot of paved roadways at that time, or highways. So in 1953, toward the end of 1953 and before the 1954, before the following year, the rest of the state of Oklahoma wanted a 4-lane divided highway. And so in 1954, by referendum vote of the people, it was elected that the Turnpike Authority could cross-pledge, thereby allowing us to treat all of our turnpikes as one network, meaning that if today you pay a toll on any of the 11 turnpikes, we're able to utilize that money, not specifically on the turnpike that it was paid on, but wherever we see fit on the network. That allows us to cross-pledge and maintain a very low interest rate on our bonds. It allows us to maintain an extremely low toll rate on our network. That money that's, well, I'll get to that. But when we were allowed to cross-pledge, beginning that year, the legislature began adding lines of statute that to date has 35 lines of, some of it very descriptive, describing interchanges that legislators would like to have built, some of them describing routes that were anticipated to be needed in the future. And most recently, the Gilcrease Expressway on the west side of Tulsa was added in 2010, I believe. So from 1953, quickly thereafter, the H.E. Bailey and the Will Rogers Turnpikes, the rest of I-44, what became I-44, was enabled in legislation and allowed us to proceed with studying it and eventually building it. If you skip ahead, I think the next slide is a map of 1980. The important thing that happened between 1953 and 1980 is that Eisenhower signed the interstate bill, allowing Oklahoma to begin work on I-35 and I-40 crossing the state. So you see by 1980 that significant interstate infrastructure was built in our state, as well as some additional turnpikes in the H.E. Bailey and Will Rogers, Cimarron Turnpike, that section of US 412, the Indian Nation, Muskogee, and several others have been built by 1980. And since then, the things that were added in the 80s were mostly to the enabling legislation were mostly interchanges, desirable tolling locations, which were described as interchanges, as well as the loops around Oklahoma City and Tulsa that were foreshadowed to be needed as Oklahoma City and Tulsa grew. You can go to that next slide. This gives a summary of the current toll roads operated. The one caveat down at the bottom, the Gilcrease Turnpike is not open yet. It's 5 miles. We have a goal of having it open in the next couple of months up on the west side of Tulsa. Provides a major connection across the Arkansas River. It's about 3.5 miles west of downtown Tulsa. Before this road, well, currently you can't cross the river for 9 miles. You have to go all the way to Sand Springs. So it's important to get that roadway open. We think it'll see a lot of use once it's opened up. But as you can see on this slide, just denotes that a lot of roadways were built in the 1950s and 60s. A few things happened in the 70s. Not a lot in the 1980s. And then in the 1990s, we began work on the Kilpatrick and Creek Turnpikes and then extended those in the early 2000s. And most recently, the outer loop pieces to finish will be the Kickapoo and the Gilcrease. Total amount of roadway the Turnpike operates around 630 miles. Those are centerline miles. Most of them are 4-lane divided, so to get into lane miles, you basically multiply that by 4. The only one that's not 4-lane is the Chickasaw Turnpike that's only 13 miles. So, next slide, please. This briefly, on the far left column, just denotes the turnpikes, the lane miles, gives kind of a description of the range of age of the roadway that we operate. Some of it's 70 years old and in dire need of reconstruction or coming up on need for reconstruction. We operate about 98 interchanges. We do 16 million transactions per month. And certain segments carry as many as 70,000 vehicles a day. That's on the John Kilpatrick. Most recently, I think I saw a report that showed 88,000 vehicles in one day a few months ago on the John Kilpatrick in one segment. So that's pretty significant traffic volume for a toll road. As it relates to the legislature, we only work on legislatively authorized routes. We don't receive any state appropriations, so we're non-appropriated. We report to the committee on that's for non-appropriated state agencies that I'm forgetting the name of right now. We're completely self-funded. We utilize only the toll revenue that we receive. We're audited yearly by a top 5 national firm in a financial audit. We provide a copy of that audit annually to the legislature and to the governor's office. We have a 6-member governor-appointed board, and our bond rating is currently AA-, one of the highest, or if not the highest, bond rating by a tolling authority in the United States. Next slide, please. Most recently, I pulled this map from IBTTA. This is a map of all the states that utilize tolling in some fashion. This is from the International Bridge Tunnel and Tolling Association map of the U.S. Texas, I think, has about 24 different tolling authorities. Oklahoma only has one in the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority. Next slide, please. Again, no state appropriations. About 40% of the revenue collected on the turnpikes comes from out-of-state motorists. Comparing that to the tax-supported system, if you drive into Oklahoma and you're from another state and you fill up with fuel in Texas, New Mexico, Colorado maybe, Kansas or Arkansas, and you traverse across the state and don't stop and purchase fuel in Oklahoma, you don't contribute any money toward the transportation system that you utilize. And the Turnpike Authority is unique in that we only charge the motorists that use the facility, and that 40% of that revenue, nearly $1 million a day, so about $400,000 a day, comes into our state from out-of-state motorists. And about 38% of the tolls is paid by commercial carriers. That's because we charge by the axle in most cases, and we do have a small, medium, large that we're currently utilizing on the John Kilpatrick Turnpike. But for the most part, it still follows the same toll rates for commercial carriers. Next slide, please. So this is a pie chart denoting the sources of income, sources of revenue for the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority. Note that most of it is from toll revenue. We do have that the biggest other part of that pie chart is the orange section, which is carryover money that remains, that we have to maintain in order to be prepared to work on any emergency or any amount of maintenance that may be required by our system. So we keep somewhere around 76, and on that slide, $76.8 million. That was from 21 coming into 22. Any amount of money that we have is we do keep invested, so there is some interest income. There's some miscellaneous and concession revenue. That miscellaneous revenue tends to fall on some of the violation issues that occur on our network. And the concession revenue is the leasing and charge to the concessionaires that work that maintain our fuel stations and restaurants that are scattered throughout our network. Next slide, please. This shows the uses of those funds. So annually for 2022, we anticipated $137.5 million in debt service. Our asset preservation around $193 million. That is, those are the projects that we do to mill and inlay, to dowel bar retrofit and diamond grind, to add cable barrier, and to maintain the heavy maintenance that has to be done on our network. Over on the bottom right is our routine maintenance. It does cost us to operate the tolls, so that is shown there. There's administration. We have a unique relationship with Oklahoma Highway Patrol. I think a lot of people understand that your taxes support the Department of Public Safety and fund the Highway Patrol across the state. When they operate or when they work or when they are assigned to a turnpike, they are paid for by the Turnpike Authority. So we budgeted for this year about $17.7 million. That should fund approximately 120 troopers on the turnpike network. That funds their vehicles, their clothing, their retirement, their offices, their pens, their pencils, all of those types of things. It is captured there in that $17.7 million for the Highway Patrol. The benefit the state gets is the state ends up with several additional troopers that don't live on the turnpike. They commute to and from our roads from wherever they live. So they're providing an extra layer of cover on the rest of the state when they're not on the toll road. And they pull off the turnpike to go work an emergency as needed, and we 100% support that. Next slide, please. This is our current toll structure. The two bar charts that are on the left have to do with the current toll rate for a passenger vehicle, somewhere around 6 or 7 cents a mile. The Turner Turnpike's actually about 5 cents a mile for a passenger vehicle. The national average is going to be somewhere north of 21 cents a mile. Down in Texas, there are sections of toll road that are over 40 cents a mile. Colorado is over 40 cents a mile, so we're pretty proud of the low toll rate, and that's part of us trying to ensure the mobility of both the people in our state and the interstate commerce that comes across Oklahoma, because Oklahoma is a crossroads, and we want to facilitate that traffic. And if we can, I'd like to get them on that traffic on a toll road. We're able to take that money and reinvest it in that network. Somewhere around 62% below the national average, and about 65% below the national average for trucks. Next slide, please. We have a 5-year capital improvement plan. Part of that money that's put back into our network every year, we reprioritize it annually with the effort of our engineering staff, our maintenance staff that's out on the roads every day, our construction staff, and our general engineering consultant that does conditional reports of our network, both for the bridges and for the roadways. And so that helps us decide where the next 5 years of work needs to be done. That capital improvement plan is approved every December. We then, after the approval in December, the next list of projects is solicited for design. We don't have a lot of staff at the Turnpike. We are staffed for day-to-day operation, and not necessarily for design services. We consult out. In the last 6 years, 100% of the design has been consulted out. And we also construct out a lot of the CM services. CM stands for construction management. We don't have the staff to have people out on the roadways inspecting the contractor's work, so we solicit that as well. Next slide, please. Some of the capital improvement initiatives that have been the big ones for us lately that we've really been focused on have been safety enhancements. Almost everything that we do in transportation is in some way can be measured as a safety enhancement, but specifically the positive barrier that we've been trying to cover our network with. For folks who don't travel a lot of our network, the southern end of the Indian Nation Turnpike still has some sections that don't have cable barrier. The Cimarron Turnpike, that section of US 412, has a section that doesn't have cable barrier yet, and we're working feverishly to complete that in the next couple of years on the Turnpike network. Right now, it's our typical section between yellow line and yellow line is about 15 feet. When the Turner Turnpike was originally built, it had a grass median with a berm, and by the 70s, as traffic volumes increased, we knew that would become an issue. So in the 90s, in the late 80s and early 90s, Turnpike Authority made plans to put a concrete barrier down the middle. We've since used cable barrier. It's a fraction of the cost, and then we're able to complete it significantly quicker on the rest of our network. So cable barrier is either been installed or is being installed or is to be installed soon on our entire network, and it's a real initiative of ours that we want to get completed. We're also working on pavement rehabilitations, and we've really never stopped. The asphalt toll roads, the Will Rogers and the Turner, those sections of I-44 every year, and we've transitioned all of that work to night work now, so hopefully, unless you're driving at night, you don't even know that it's going on, but we're closing lanes at night and milling and inlaying about 10 miles of each of those roadways every year. We do that because the Turner Turnpike and the Will Rogers, the original asphalt pavement that was placed there 70 years ago for one of those and 60 years ago for the other, is original and it's still there. And the asphalt oil that binds the aggregate together is stripped out and it is turning into a gravel road underneath the old Turner Turnpike and underneath the Will Rogers. Those are in dire need of reconstruction. We have to do those rehabs every about 10 years on every segment. So basically you're driving on about 6 inches of good asphalt that's over a stripping aged pavement. The rest of our network, some of the old concrete pavements are showing their age. Some of them have needed to be rebuilt in recent years. We worked on the H.E. Bailey and a section of the Muskogee. We've worked on a section of the Indian Nation to rehabilitate or replace it. Some of those old pavements didn't have dowel bars. Starting in the 90s, we began constructing pavements with dowel bars between concrete panels. We are now going back and adding those dowel bars as a retrofit and then grinding the pavement smooth. We perform bridge rehabilitations today. As I stand here, we have one structurally deficient bridge that is under construction to be repaired. In any given year, we inspect half of our bridges every year, same as ODOT does. And every year, one or two come on are beginning to come on the structural deficient list. Luckily, we are keeping up with that pretty well, and we're doing bridge rehabs on those bridges either before they become structurally deficient or immediately when they do. So we're really trying to keep up with that. But part of our network's beginning to show its age. The other initiative that's in our capital improvement plan is the conversion to cashless tolling. Somewhere around 500 accidents happened in toll zones in and around places of toll collection over the last 5 or 6 years. I'm happy to report that on the John Kilpatrick and the H.E. Bailey, where we have converted to cashless, where we were routinely, if not weekly, sometimes monthly, getting an accident report in the middle of the night or in the middle of the day from an accident. We're now not getting those at all because there's no reason to have a stop condition in a toll zone next to moving traffic. So that those cashless conversions are moving along nicely, and I'll be happy to have that done sometime, probably first quarter 2024. Next slide, please. Oh, I had some slides about cashless conversion, so I won't spend a lot of time here. This just outlines briefly at those bullets the schedule that we converted the John Kilpatrick last year. The Kickapoo was earlier this year. The H.E. Bailey converted a couple months ago. Chickasaw last month. We are currently have work ongoing on the Cimarron. We've converted State Highway 99 for that traffic that is leaving from Tulsa and going towards Stillwater or Enid. One less location that's going through an old toll plaza there at State Highway 99 near the town of Jennings and Hallett. We've got some remaining locations on US 412, the Cimarron that we'll finish up hopefully this year into the first quarter next year. We're also working on the Creek Turnpike in Tulsa to get it converted maybe as soon as next month. There on State Highway 364, the Creek Turnpike. As we talk about the access program, all of the new access locations and construction that will be done and any rehabilitations that we're doing now are all being constructed to facilitate plate pay and to be cashless. Next slide, please. The OTA is interoperable currently with all of Texas and the Kansas Turnpike Authority. We are working on what is referred to as the Southeast Hub, which will make us interoperable with the Southeast states. With a goal of being interoperable nationwide, and that's a goal that all the tolling authorities in the country have. We have different technologies, so that's taken a little bit of time to both convert some of the equipment and install some of the software. So the goal is to get to make it to where your PIKE pass or whatever toll tag you have in whatever state you live in is interoperable with ours in our state. Next slide, please. So I want to talk briefly about the recent bond programs that were of basically the last 24 years.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes, sir.
Instead of waiting till you finish before I ask any questions, I think I'd like to ask a couple questions so that we don't have to come back to everything over again.
Sure.
If you don't mind. First of all, you noted that OTA is audited annually by a top 5 firm. Is this available to the public?
Yes, it's posted on our website.
Okay. As you probably know, I often, we all hear calls on a regular basis for the Turnpike Authority to be audited. And I hear it every year, people coming to me and say the Turnpike Authority needs to be audited. If this is being done, is there another type of audit that would be beneficial to satisfy some of the concerns that people seem to have?
The state of Oklahoma can audit the Turnpike Authority if it so chooses, I think. We are audited annually by a top 5 firm. A copy of that audit report is provided to the state auditor. I think that has proven to be all that's been required or all that's been necessary and overly redundant to have an additional financial audit.
All right.
As it relates to, I'm sorry.
No, go right ahead.
As it relates to other audits, anything can be audited. I know the most recent legislative session, there was a lot of discussion around a performance audit of the Turnpike Authority. I don't think that that's necessarily a bad idea. I think we haven't had one of those in my time done. It could identify some things that we could possibly do better, but that is different than a financial audit.
My next question is that it seems that a third of the OTA budget is debt service. How much of that is interest, and why is bonding such a large portion of OTA's approach to building and maintaining its network?
I'd have to have somebody else tell you what the interest is. But what I will say is, and this year really magnifies this. If we did a pay-as-you-go model, where basically we raised the tolls and accumulated cash instead of selling bonds to build and to add to our network, and I'll give you I don't like hypotheticals, but I'll give you one. If you doubled the toll rate, so suddenly we had an extra $350 million to spend, the inflation rate, the interest rate that we pay on bonds, somewhere around 3%. The TIFIA loan that we received for the Gilcrease is 1.35%. The inflation rate on highway construction right now, somewhere between 13 and 14%. So if we tried to accumulate cash to do a cash method instead of borrowing money, we'd be losing ground on, and it would take us many more years to construct something, and it would cost tremendously more to wait an additional amount of time. So the interest rates being somewhere around 3% on our bonds is a benefit to our ability to deliver a project quickly.
You noted that we've gone to night construction on pavement, which, by the way, I thank you for that. But I do wonder, there has to be a fiscal impact by doing that, is there not?
Yes, there is absolutely an additional cost associated with night work. The cost associated with day work, as you point out, there is also a cost associated with day work. The last project that we had that was a daytime project on the Will Rogers Turnpike, one truck driver unloading asphalt, instead of driving out the end of the project, pulled out into traffic, causing an accident behind it at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 p.m. Altogether, there were 7 accidents that occurred in the backup, and the last one happened at 7 o'clock that night. So the decision was made that we can't afford not to go to night work on those high-traveled facilities. As we go to doing additional construction widening on the John Kilpatrick, or in the future on the Creek Turnpikes, where there's a heavy amount of traffic, we're going to consider night work for anything that impacts a lane. If we can get in and out of and maintain an existing number of lanes open, we're okay with that. But if it impacts the commuters, there's no amount of money that's worth the accident to me. So yes, there is a cost to working at night, but I totally think it's worth it.
Thank you. One last question before I let you get back to your moving quickly through your presentation. The cashless tolling. Of course, we have the PIKE Pass and the readers for that, but we also now are doing car tag readers. And some of those, I've done some research into those, and some of them across the country have a high failure rate. Matter of fact, I believe that California's is notoriously problematic. what's your response to this, and what are our statistics in regards to the tag readers and any problems that have arisen?
The biggest problems with the plate pay is from the Turnpike Authority side is the delay to collect. So when you threw coins in a basket or paid a toll collector, we had that money immediately, basically to invest, to spend back on the network, to make that bond, that debt service payment. What we're finding is that there's a delay. Most people pay within the first 30 days of receiving an invoice. A significant amount, about half of the rest, pay in the next 30 days. So within the first 60 days, you've received most of the payment that you're going to receive. There is, if it's somebody from another country or some other state a long way away that doesn't intend to ever come back to Oklahoma, maybe they don't pay at all, so there is some amount of leakage associated with that. But the safety improvement is completely worth all of that. The number of accidents that we were having in those toll zones is unacceptable, and the country is headed to cashless as we become more interoperable with other states. Our issue with collecting on plate pay will be reduced. That is part of the reason that the plate pay toll rate is significantly higher than the cash rate was. It has nothing to do with us trying to get more money. It has everything to do with the cost to collect that money. A stamp is, I think, 58 cents, and we have to mail sometimes 3 invoices to get a payment. That racks up a lot of additional costs. As a matter of fact, our mail costs went somewhere from, I think, $3 million last year to $8 or $9 million this year, if I remember the numbers right.
All right, thank you. Please continue with your presentation. I'm looking forward to running through that.
Yes, sir. So the recent bond programs in 1998 built the John Kilpatrick from Hefner Parkway around I-40 to the west and south, finished the creek from 169 east and then back north to US 412, tying into the south end of the Will Rogers at I-44. Then in 2011, we did a widening project where bonds were sold, toll rates were not raised, as part of the John Kilpatrick widening, about 10 miles, and a creek widening on the south side of Tulsa, in our most congested and highest traffic volume areas of the toll network. Most recently, in that bottom one, the 2016 to present, is the Driving Forward Bond Program. We have one project that's still under construction, a part of that, but it extended the John Kilpatrick about 7 miles in southwest Oklahoma City, widened almost 20 miles of the Turner Turnpike, and there's still one small project going on the east end of the Turner at the State Highway 66 interchange. Built the 20-mile Kickapoo Turnpike in eastern Oklahoma County. Was announced as part of the Gilcrease West project. However, that was funded different than when funded through bonds. As well as some pavement replacement on the H.E. Bailey and the Muskogee turnpikes. We did the 3 toll increases as part of that bond program, totaling 15% to pay for that widening project on the Turner and those other major improvements and new roads. Next slide, please. Just a map of those roads. The green just shows expansion and rehabilitation work, and the red shows the new routes that were constructed. Next slide, please. So now just briefly talk about the Access Oklahoma program, and I think I've got this, I think we've got the website pulled up that we can go to in just a minute. But just briefly, as we constructed and widened that east end of the Turner, and as we began to open segments of that back in October of 2018, the question that we received as transportation officials, both at ODOT and at OTA in the state, the question we continued to get was, when are you going to widen the rest of the Turner Turnpike? When's the rest of it going to be done? The whole thing needs to be done from Oklahoma City to Tulsa. I want to drive 80 miles an hour. That's the question that we received continually. And the answer that we gave was unacceptable as a governmental employee and as a transportation official, which was, I don't know, it'll be the next bond program. Turnpike Authority usually bites off what it can do in 5 years. Doesn't look extremely long range. We plan long range, but we don't announce and look long range for a project like widening the Turner Turnpike. And so the Access Oklahoma program tells the public and tells everyone what our intentions are, which is to rebuild and widen that 70 miles, the remaining 70 miles of the Turner Turnpike. Another section of I-44 that's getting a lot of beginning to get a lot of congestion is US 412 from Claremore, where a lot of traffic, commuter traffic is getting on there at State Highway 20 in Claremore, south down to US 412. So we know that section needs to be widened, so that's part of the access program and part of the 15-year long-range plan. We know that the John Kilpatrick is the fastest growing traffic, that has the fastest growing traffic in the state, not only on the Turnpike, but probably also on the ODOT network. The west side of the John Kilpatrick over between Yukon, that segment north of Yukon is growing somewhere around 10% annually. We typically look at 1.4 to 2% as a traffic growth normality for a 4-lane divided highway. That's growing at 10%. We know we need to get it widened. There are sections on I-44, on the H.E. Bailey, on US 412, on the Cimarron, on State Highway 375, on the Indian Nation, that have long segments, and on the Turner, that have long segments between interchanges. When we have a major accident, we're not able to relocate that traffic. As a matter of fact, a year ago tomorrow, I was here at the Capitol presenting in an interim study about a request for more access on the Indian Nation Turnpike. And a year ago, I said that it would take a bond program for us to take on something like adding new access points, and that it was key that we complete the cashless conversion before we're able to install and build new interchanges. But all of those are a part of the Access Oklahoma program. Accessing communities that have not had interstate access, have not had thoroughfare access in a number of years, either due to the tolling method at the time when either the Turner or some of these old turnpikes were built. Another section of the program that was discussed at our December 7th board meeting and described in pretty good detail was to provide an alternative route for the I-35 congestion and the I-44 congestion that happens every day on the south side of the metro area. Based on looking at the population growth in that area, the accident and safety data, and then trying to provide some amount of travel time reliability. Next slide, please. Matter of fact, this is a slide that was provided by a third party to ODOT as part of the I-35 corridor study that was ongoing, analyzing the existing traffic and if nothing was done, what congestion would look like in the coming years. And today, it basically spans from green being free flow to red, extremely red, being standstill traffic often. And you'll notice that that traffic is currently, on this study, understood to be in pretty good shape south of Indian Hills Road, and it really doesn't get to some mid-level congestion until you get up into the more I-240 area. But what the traffic projections tell us is that by 2040 and further by 2050, the population growth in the South Metro area, as well as that traffic coming in and out of Texas, is going to get to the point that it's gridlock, complete gridlock on I-35 for most of the day. And that's unacceptable, and so that's what the Access Oklahoma program is one of the things that we are trying to address. Next slide. So the Access Oklahoma program, just briefly, the routes that are authorized in statute are in 69-1705E. We notified our board on December 7th that we were going to take a look at that. We were at our board meeting. We basically told them we were wrapping up, or we could see daylight at the end of the tunnel for the driving forward bond program, that traffic was back up after and following the pandemic, where traffic dropped off quickly, but then came back. And that allowed us to start some amount of alignment development and get us to the discussion that we had at our February board meeting, where we rolled out the AccessOklahoma.com website. And briefly, I will walk us through that AccessOklahoma.com website. So if you could go to that, please. For anybody who gets questions about the program, this is the best source of information. We're trying to keep this updated. This is providing a place for concise data and updated data to be. As a matter of fact, a few weeks ago, we went through some of the frequently asked questions that are on this website and identified some that were dated, that the answer has changed a little bit, just based on things that have happened between when the question was asked and today. So I would suggest that anybody who's really interested, point people to this website. Anybody who wants to connect or be updated through email or wishes to hear specific information about one of the routes, there's a place on there where you can put in an email address or phone number or a physical address, and we'll reach out to you with updates as they come. A new feature that we've added to this website, and if you don't mind clicking on it, on the top there's a timeline. This dates back and goes through some of the stuff that I visited about a little bit previous. Really the timeline for when the Turnpike Authority was created, all the way on the far left, and then if you'll scroll to the right, I think you have to scroll down and then scroll to the right. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. It basically goes through everything from a new toll road enabling legislation being added to announcements to take on a program, to ribbon cuttings, all the way over to present day and the current access program. All of these are clickable. We're getting a lot of open records requests about some of the information being available, and we're providing this. And now with this new feature that was just launched, I think this last week, we're able to point people who are looking for historical information, who are looking for a big document from us. You're able to get it right off of our website. They're all clickable, downloadable. Some of them are watchable. Some of them are video. And there's a lot of different things that are on that website, so I'd point people there. If you'll go back to the Home tab at the top. One of the things down here, if you'll scroll down toward the bottom on this page, keep going down to the map right there. So we uploaded a map, and there's been some frustration about this map that you can't zoom in far enough, and that's by design. We don't have enough detail and we don't want to worry somebody too much about some of the detail that's shown on this map. We tried to narrow up the footprint, so the study area for all of the alignments has been narrowed as much as we could between that December date and February date when it was launched. As we proceed with plan development in the future, we anticipate that we'll be able to upload more and more detail to this website. Each of these lines is clickable. You can click on it and find who the design engineer is, what phase of the project we're in. They're all in design right now, as well as an estimate, and those estimates are in yesterday's dollars. So we know there's been some significant inflation this year that we're going to have to account for as we update and as some of that design progresses. I think with that, I just wanted to go over the access program and thank you for allowing me to speak today.
All right. So did you say you had anything else you wanted to contribute, or?
I think Secretary Gatz was going to speak.
So. All right. Well, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Secretary Gatz, if you would approach and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman. Tim Gatz, I'm the Secretary of Transportation, the Director of the Department of Transportation, and the Director of the Turnpike Authority. I appreciate the opportunity to visit this morning. A couple things I want to really add a little bit of emphasis to that Joe touched on. I think it's extremely important always to understand the history of government and how we've developed as a government over time. And again, Joe touched on why the Turnpike Authority was brought into being by the legislature. And that was to construct that linkage between our two major metropolitan areas, Oklahoma City and Tulsa, back in '47, when the Department of Highways at the time was still trying to get the state of Oklahoma out of the mud. So again, we needed a gap filler to help us provide better transportation for the citizenry of the state of Oklahoma. And we could do that through a process of tolling, a tool in the transportation toolbox. Subsequent to that, the Turnpike Authority has really remained in that role as the Department of Transportation has continued to do everything they can within the resources they've got available to take care of the tax-supported highway system. There's no such thing as a free highway. There are only two kinds, tax-supported and toll routes. And the Department of Transportation, again, has done the job that they've been able to do with the tax-supported resources they've had available to take care of the tax-supported highway system. That they've maintained that focus over time, and the Turnpike Authority has worked hard to try to find ways to support transportation through the construction of additional toll routes. Without that capability, the transportation system that we have in the state of Oklahoma today would not be what it is. I think a primary example of that is today. The state of Oklahoma has one of the lowest motor fuel taxes in the United States at 20 cents a gallon on a gallon of gas and a gallon of diesel. That's going to put us in the bottom 5 of motor fuel tax states in the country. We've been able to achieve that because we have used tolling and the user fee-based network that's exemplified in the Turnpike network as one of our tools in the transportation toolbox. And that's been extremely important for us over time. The Department of Transportation, even with the support of the legislature and new opportunities for us to invest in our transportation system, like the Roads Fund that's came into being since 2006 and has made incredible differences out on the tax-supported highway system. We still have transportation needs out there that are outpacing the resources that the Department of Transportation has available. So again, that tool that is in the toolbox that is represented by the Turnpike Authority can help meet some of those needs. It cannot meet every transportation need that we have. It's not feasible to do that. However, the legislature has defined certain improvements in statute that are recognized needs and that are in need of development additionally. We've talked a lot about the Access Oklahoma program, and Joe touched on a lot of the needs that are out there. Access points, interchanges, those are extremely important to the safety of the traveling public. The example that I always go to is the one from I-35 as you travel east on the Turner Turnpike. There's not an interchange until you hit Hogback Road, which is 15 miles. That's too far between access points. That's a safety concern. If we have an accident in those sections with too far between interchanges, we can't manage traffic very well. We can't get emergency response to those locations. We have to invest back into the existing network and add some new access points, not just for safety, but for new opportunities for some of the communities that surround the Turnpike networks that haven't enjoyed good access in the past. So we've got to continue to make those investments in the toll network to make improvements to the existing system. Joe talked about the pavement on the Turnpike, on the Turner specifically, and the Will Rogers follows closely behind. Those pavements on the Turner, a lot of the original 70-year-old pavement is the base. We've made improvements and we've certainly sealed the top of that pavement with asphalt overlays over time, but it's time to replace that pavement. It's time for us to get about that business, and it's time for us to have a long-range plan to accomplish that, so everybody knows what we're trying to advance. When you look at the needs that the Department of Transportation is faced with today, and we're updating these numbers right now, so they may be a little bit different, but the numbers that I'll tell you is the tax-supported highway system is the largest public asset in the state of Oklahoma. Its value is in excess of $60 billion. That public access has got a backlog of need that we talk a lot about, somewhere in the neighborhood of $20 billion to bring it up to today's standards. So it becomes an exercise in prioritization and making sure that we're getting the tax-supported resources to the right locations on the highway system to the extent that we can at the right time. A good example of that is the progress that we have made with our structurally deficient bridge problem, going from 49th in the country on highway bridge infrastructure up to number 5 now. So those accomplishments are happening, but the needs are continuing to outpace the resources we have available, especially in our urban areas. And again, when you look at using Oklahoma City as an example, some of the needs that we have here, interchanges that are choke points, whether you're talking about I-235 or I-40 and I-235, commonly referred to as the Dallas Junction. That interchange has got work that needs to be done to it, including the bridges that cross the Oklahoma River, that, by the way, we started widening in 1979 headed south towards Norman. It's time for us to revisit those structures and make some improvements to that interchange. I-40 or I-35 and I-240 is another example. The Mathis Brothers interchange at I-40 and I-44. The shining example that I can cite that I've had the pleasure of watching develop over the course of my career is Interstate 235 and I-44 just north of here, where we finally completed, after best I can tell about 30 years of investment, a major improvement at that interchange location. And for the first time in my career, I watched traffic flow through that interchange without a brake light. Those are the type of improvements that we've got to tackle, and that interchange improvement was about a $400 million improvement. So the needs are tremendous, but we have to continue to find ways to move our citizenry around the metropolitan areas. And again, that's where the Turnpike Authority has been able to help fill some of those transportation needs over history. And that's really what the South improvements are looking at, is what's happening in the Interstate 35 corridor specifically. As I cited, we started in 1979 widening I-35 headed towards the South Canadian River. We completed that in 2019, 40 years later, with the ribbon cutting that we did down at Highway 9 East and Lindsay. Desperately needed improvements, adding capacity to the I-35 corridor, but those types of improvements are simply not possible for us anymore. When you look at the I-35 corridor, the Department of Transportation is going to do everything that they can to optimize traffic flows in that corridor, including some interchange enhancements, including some auxiliary lane optimizations, because what we see happening there now is not just congestion developing that's not going to stop. Traffic growth is going to continue. But when that congestion begins to develop around those interchange areas, what that does is backs traffic up into the communities that are adjacent to I-35. And that begins to affect their ability to move individuals in those communities and conduct commerce effectively. So we have to continue to invest in our transportation system at levels that are going to be adequate. And as transportation professionals, we can't live in the minute. We have to do our best to try to project 30 years into the future and understand what's coming at us. With everything that we see developing in the Interstate 35 corridor, and for that matter, with transportation in general in the state of Oklahoma, Oklahoma is a transportation hub today. It always has been, and it always will be. And our traffic levels and our traffic volumes are going to absolutely change over time, but we're going to continue to experience growth. We have to manage that growth for the future to provide future generations with the same opportunities that we have had for safe travel, safe passage, and the conduct of commerce. So we're not done investing in transportation in the state of Oklahoma. We're not done trying to meet the needs of the citizenry of the state of Oklahoma. And we have to continue to be able to use responsibly the tools that are in our transportation toolbox that have always existed to the best of our ability to meet those needs, fully recognizing that with all our efforts, we're still going to have needs that go unmet, at least in the near term. So,
Secretary Gatz, before you continue on, I know you have some more to touch on, but let me ask you a couple questions, please.
yes, sir.
First of all, and you've been driving home the importance of the highway system overall. Of course, you are Secretary of Transportation over both our state highway system as well as the Turnpike Authority. But what would the fiscal impact be on Oklahoma taxpayers overall and individually if Oklahoma didn't have any turnpikes, as some folks have wanted over the years?
Couple answers. Number one, I think if you look at the current needs on the Turnpike network that the Turnpike is accomplishing through tolls rather than appropriations. The Access Oklahoma is the first example that I'll give you, and it's about a $5 billion program that's predicated on recognized need that we have today. If those investments are not possible, then that responsibility will fall to the Department of Transportation to try to make those improvements. Again, reconstructing the Turner Turnpike is one of the most exciting aspects of Access Oklahoma because it is time for us to reconstruct it. We have to invest back into that facility. So that's where I would start. But I'd also tell you that the Turnpike Authority invests about $100 million a year back into the existing network for maintenance and operations. And that responsibility would fall, again, back to the Department of Transportation. Or if you turn the clock all the way back, a lot of these facilities that we enjoy that carry a lot of traffic volume today simply may not have been able to have been constructed. So again, I think when you look at the accomplishments of the Turnpike Authority, predicated on a user fee, if you use those facilities, then you help support the operation and maintenance and expansion sometimes of that Turnpike network. If you don't use them, then you don't contribute to that.
Following up on that, large percentage of the tolls are paid by those who are passing through Oklahoma. If we didn't have the toll system, as you just stated, it would fall back on the Oklahoma taxpayers. What would that actual number be, or your best guess at what the number would be, that how it would fall back on Oklahoma taxpayers if we didn't have the Turnpike and the toll system?
Again, if you look at the asset value that's represented in the Turnpike network, first and foremost, if you turn the clock back and they're not there, then that burden certainly would have fell to the Department of Transportation to try to meet those needs. And that's another significant point. When the Turner was first completed, we opened it and cut a ribbon on it 3 years before President Eisenhower signed the interstate bill that brought us the rest of the interstate network. And you have to start there. You have to understand that without the Turnpike Authority and the contributions that they've been able to make through the leverage of the Turnpike network, those facilities simply wouldn't be there, or they would have fallen to a woefully under-resourced transportation department to try to manage and take care of. And then there would be choices. We would have to have a higher motor fuel tax. We would have to find other revenue sources, or those needs simply would not have been met. And again, Turnpike Authority, in the management of the network we have today, puts about $100 million a year back into operations and maintenance.
Some states are moving toward privatization of toll roads. Matter of fact, I've been at some meetings, national organizations, sitting in on the gatherings where this has been discussed. What do you see as the benefits and drawbacks of this?
In the world of transportation, it's all about risk management and managing expectations. And I think there are a lot of different models that you can manage your transportation system with. I'll tell you, I think Oklahoma's is one of the most responsible in the country. And I think our model, leveraging the resources of the Turnpike network, combined with that symbiotic relationship that we have with the Department of Transportation to meet the needs, is pretty hard to beat. But there's always different models out there. And as you point out, Mr. Vice Chairman, there are many entities across the country that have tolling capability and tolling authority that have privatized networks. Again, some of those models have been successful, some of those models have not been successful. But I'll tell you, the indicators that you should look at for Oklahoma is the fact that our toll rate is 60% below the national average, more than 60% now, I can guarantee you. That is because the Turnpike Authority has managed this network in a responsible manner, kept it in good operating condition, and at the same time kept our toll rates as low as possible. I don't think that's necessarily reflected in every case whenever we privatize and begin to talk about what those concepts might look like. And again, I think the legislature has created a model here in the state of Oklahoma that's pretty special. And again, I think ours is the best in the country.
Okay, I wanted to follow up on the cashless tolling. And one question I asked earlier was about the tag readers. And I'm wanting to know if you have any information on the statistics with our system of the failure rates, because like I said, I've been doing some research on this, and I've looked at other places that this has been going on, and there have been some significant problems. And of course, then we have some states where they have the tag readers, and they charge penalties, and it's been a nightmare for some folks. How is it working for us here in Oklahoma, and how are we going to avoid the problems that are seen elsewhere? And I think one of the ones that I was reading about in particular was the issues that are going on in California, where it seems to be a notoriously inefficient system.
First and foremost, I think we have to be absolutely paying attention to the lessons learned by the folks that have gone cashless before us. When you look at failure rates, they're going to usually be about 50%. I think ours will be better than that. But I think you recognize that it's challenging to go to a cashless tolling environment. But, and Mr. Chairman, I'll point out, or Mr. Vice Chair point out, you're certainly familiar with advancements in transportation technologies. And the thing that we cannot do is think that the cashless tolling system that we have in place now, that's a license plate read, is going to serve us for all of the future, because it will not. We're going to have to rely on advancing technologies to help us with managing the toll network. And some of those technologies are mobile apps. You know, if you can put an app on your phone, and this is possible, and many turnpike networks are doing it today, and we're about to roll one out here in Oklahoma. It's all about providing different opportunities for folks to be able to use the toll network and pay that toll as efficiently and as inexpensively as possible. And that's key. We have to upcharge significantly for license plate tolling. We don't like to do that, but that's part of the business model that it brings to you. We have to continue to explore other opportunities and other ways to more cost effectively pay those tolls. And we will not rest until we complete that. And again, it's going to be mobile technologies. It's going to be, and Joe talked about interoperability. That's huge, not just for Oklahoma, but for the country. And that interoperability, where you can use your PIKE pass, your toll tag, and cross this country and be charged back to your PIKE pass account, the power of being able to do that and use the turnpikes that are in Florida and up the East Coast and here in Oklahoma and Texas and Kansas, that is the type of thing that we're going to have to look for in the future. How do we expand and enhance those opportunities? How do we give other options to the folks that are using our toll network every day to be able to, if you're an infrequent user, maybe a toll app on your cell phone is a better opportunity for you than having a PIKE pass. So we have to continue to look for those technologies to help with the problem you're talking about, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Mr. Secretary, before we get back to you you have additional items in your presentation. I know Regional Transit Authority and a variety of other things, but Chairman Standridge wanted to ask you a couple of questions. So,
Yes, sir.
Actually, Mr. Vice Chairman, I'll wait and if it's okay, Mr. Secretary, I'll let you finish your deal. Actually, I got a quick phone call. Okay. And then I'll come back. I got a couple questions for you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Secretary, Mr. Secretary, if you would please go ahead and continue your presentation.
A couple things to, I think, note where we have used the toll network and bonding as a way to deliver improvements now and pay off those improvements over time while we use them. And that's a really important concept because, again, we can invest in the network, we can invest in ourselves, and then pay that debt off over time and realize the benefits of having those transportation improvements much faster than we can with PAYGO. The key there is bonding cannot solve every transportation problem. It can't. So you have to use that very carefully and you have to use that very responsibly, which I think the Turnpike Authority has done over time. I think when you talk about interest rates, our hope is always to get the lowest interest rates that we possibly can. Our AA- bond rating helps us do that. I think that's something we work very hard, and we will continue to work hard at maintaining a very high bond rating. But that's a function of a lot of different things. And, part of it is keeping the existing network in good condition. Part of it is making sure that things like enhancements and expansion routes are viable from a traffic and revenue perspective, and making sure that that turnpike network that we have, we're managing it properly. And again, I think the Turnpike Authority has got a really good track record of doing just that. You talk about RTA, and I think that when you look at transportation in the state of Oklahoma, it's not just about tax-supported highways and turnpikes. It has to be an all-of-the-above approach. And that's got to include transit. That's got to include taking a hard look at commuter rail, where we can capitalize on those opportunities. That's got to include taking a hard look at a connection between Oklahoma City and Tulsa that we've often talked about. And, there's long been a desire to stand up a commuter rail system between Oklahoma City and Tulsa. The challenge of that is the cost. Commuter rail of the type that you would need would fall into the high-speed category. When you look at high-speed rail, it wants to be straight and it wants to be flat, and there's not much straight and flat between Oklahoma City and Tulsa. So the cost of implementing that type of rail would be astronomical. However, if you consider that in the context of widening the Turner Turnpike to 6 lanes, and providing the full length of what we have on the east end with that 6-lane section, think about the opportunities that opens up and the potential that opens up for rapid bus transit between the 2 major metropolitan areas and opportunities like that. So it has to be an all-of-the-above approach, and it's not just about the urban areas. When you talk about transit, it's not just urban transit. It's transit opportunities in our rural areas that are becoming increasingly more important to us. Some of our most vulnerable populations are in our rural areas, and we have to continue to find ways for them to obtain the transportation that they need And I think it's all of the above. We have to look at all of it. And we have to leverage the resources that we have available to us to accomplish the best system and the best networks that we can.
You were going to touch on autonomous and alternatively fueled vehicles?
Yes, sir. When you look at autonomous vehicles and certainly alternative fuels, the EV, and one of the things I tell folks that I talk to everywhere is that Oklahoma has one of the best policies and the best law on the books anywhere when it comes to electric vehicles. We've got a registration fee that helps offset some of the potential motor fuel tax loss that will occur over time as EVs grow, especially in the passenger vehicle space. Every major vehicle manufacturer is touting an electric vehicle line now. So we're going to see that materialize out on our transportation system faster than I think any of us probably expected. And we've put the law in place already to be able to support those opportunities, not just in the form of a registration fee that'll help offset that, but a kilowatt tax that's a gasoline gallon equivalent at the charging station. So very forward-thinking policy that we have here in the state of Oklahoma that will help us manage our transportation revenues that are going into our infrastructure on a go-forward basis. When you talk about autonomous vehicles, those vehicles and the legislation that we passed just this previous legislative session are extremely important to our future. When you look at some of the autonomous technologies, there was a time when I believed that we would see autonomous technologies probably materialize faster in the city street system, on the city street system, than on the highways. I'm not necessarily in that camp anymore, because I think between the needs of the trucking industry and freight movement and the challenges that we have today with CDL drivers, driver assist technologies and fully autonomous technologies are the only thing that's going to help us meet those needs. Now, are they going to replace drivers in the near term? No. I think that's going to take an evolution and a transition over time. But I think from an autonomous vehicle perspective, that may be some of the most important technologies that we're going to see develop. And again, right now, when you talk to trucking companies, a lot of that is bolt-on technology where they take a truck that's been developed to have a driver in the chair, and they begin to bolt on autonomous technologies, which are developing extremely rapidly. But I'm also beginning to hear discussions about building chassis-up tractors, trucks, that are fully autonomous from the beginning. They're never intended to have a driver. Oklahoma has to be prepared to embrace our geographical location as a transportation hub and be a leader in having the type of transportation system that's going to be necessary to support those developing technologies. And that includes investing in our network that we have today. One of the biggest challenges that we're going to have is managing that transition. We're going to have fully autonomous vehicles. We're going to have smart vehicles that have some technology but are not fully autonomous. And we're going to have vehicles out there that don't have any of those technologies on the highway system all at the same time. And managing that transition over the next 10 to 20 years is going to be one of the biggest challenges that we deal with. In order to do that, we are going to have to continue to invest in our networks.
I'm going to go ahead and ask you another question or two, and then have Senator Standridge go ahead and ask you his questions. But speaking here about electric vehicles and that, and I've talked to you about this before, we are seeing overall in the nation an increase in accidents and death by motor vehicle, something that is a reverse from what we see in the past. And the electric vehicle, that was, of course, I've heard it touted that was the EV and the automated vehicles were going to cut this down. The electric vehicles, they The cars weigh, on average, 800 pounds more than a similar gasoline-powered vehicle. Trucks, the semis, they're 2,000 pounds more because of the batteries and that. This has got to have an impact on safety on the roads, and it has to have an impact on tearing up the roads. How do you view that, and how, of course, ODOT, but particularly here with OTA, what's our approach going to be to that? How do we deal with that?
We will manage to it the best we can. And when you look at the highway system, everything is reduced to what we call single axle loads. And, a single axle load for a passenger vehicle is far less than it is for a truck. As you increase the single axle loads, you increase exponentially the deterioration curve on your transportation system. So again, we're chasing deterioration curves now on our transportation infrastructure. We'll continue to have to chase those into the future. And that is why it is so very important for us to use all of the tools available to us in the transportation toolbox to be able to manage that system, whether it's part of the turnpike network, whether it's the tax-supported highways. And that's the other aspect of the turnpike network. And Mr. Vice Chair, you alluded to it, the cost to the taxpayer. Having the turnpike network allows the Department of Transportation to stretch their resources out on the tax-supported highway system even further, because they are going to have continuing challenges that they're going to have to try to meet. And from a safety standpoint, I will agree wholeheartedly that autonomous vehicles and the technologies are our best hope to really make a significant improvement in the fatality rates and the severe accident rates that we see out on our highway system. That's going to happen over time. I think we project that we're going to see about a 25% increase in electric vehicles, and most of those have some autonomous capabilities right now, over the next 20 years out on the highway system. So that's going to have some level of impact. I think commercial vehicles, as they become more and more autonomous, that should translate. Our expectation is that will translate to an enhancement in safety. But I think the thing that has made a difference, and I saw a media report this morning on speed, and something that happened that has caused these severity rates and these fatality rates to go up significantly is we had a little bit of a traffic fall off from the pandemic. And the result was folks started driving faster. And as traffic volumes have returned to pre-pandemic levels, folks didn't slow down. And we're seeing that driving those numbers up. So we've got to get control of what's on the black and white speed limit sign and make sure that folks are traveling safely. But again, some of those technologies that are rapidly developing are going to help us with those safety issues.
Mr. Chairman, I believe you had some questions for Secretary Gatz.
I don't have the well-written list you do, Mr. Vice Chairman, but hopefully my brain is remembering a few of them. But thank you for bringing this study, Mr. Vice Chairman. Really, I learned a lot. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. You'll probably guess shortly where I'm going with these questions, as we've had this conversation before. But I've been researching in the off-season about getting into the money is just such a long walk here. It costs a fortune to build bridges, to build roads. Some of those are competitive price bids, as you know. You know the business much more than I do. Some of them are non-bidding. And so, and we're in a time in this nation and in this state where businesses are struggling. I just learned of a business going out of business in Tulsa, 40 employees. In your world, you may be aware as well. They were bought up, but they were going bankrupt. I'm very concerned about all of these monies being directed out of the state. And they're not, some of it's not direct, some of it's going through several layers, because when you look at fleet vehicles, our car dealers, if you drive around by any car dealer, I'm not telling you to go out and buy cars unnecessarily. You drive by any car dealership from Bristow to Woodward, you're going to see a vacant lot a lot of times. You're going to see them struggling, trying to keep employees on board. and all the other feeding businesses in your world, which is innumerable, from gas stations to car dealerships to everything. You're probably wondering, when's the question coming? But anyway, I just would like to know that OTA and ODOT are cognizant of how impactful they are to Oklahoma financially or negatively when they push that business out of state. Maybe unknowingly, but we've talked before about how to be aware of that and make sure that if we're going to spend all this billions of dollars, maybe it's best that we keep a lot of that in Oklahoma. I just like you, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but would you mind kind of addressing that and kind of reassuring me that we're aware of that and we're trying to keep that growth here in Oklahoma?
Mr. Chairman, if I would like, I would answer first as an Oklahoman. Absolutely. I could not agree more. We need to do everything we can to make sure that our tax dollars serve Oklahoma as best as they possibly can. And that involves engaging partners at every level that are optimistically conducting business here in the state of Oklahoma. That's a big deal. As a public official, I'll tell you that we do our absolute best to make sure that within the rules, laws, and regulations that we have that govern. And again, our competitive bidding process has been set up and established through many iterations over time. All of our construction contracts are competitively bid. So low bid, you get to do the work. Right. And again, that's developed over time. And that's something that is policy of this body, not of the Department of Transportation or the Turnpike Authority. And it's worked fairly effectively, I think. We've grown some really good construction companies. Mr. Chairman, I know you've heard me say this before. I will put Oklahoma's workforce and our companies up against any in the country. We're as good as they come when it comes to managing infrastructure, especially in the heavy highway space. On the consulting side, we work within the, again, laws, rules, and regulations that we have. Most importantly, I think the tool we have in the toolbox is to make sure that we have responsible individuals here in the state of Oklahoma that are working on our projects. We don't want to have to fly to another state to have a conversation with the leadership of a consulting firm that's doing business here. And we work really hard at making sure that that alignment is taking place. And our selection processes are predicated on qualifications-based selection. Part of that is making sure that you've got qualified resources with those firms in an area where we can access them. So again, I think it's a big deal, and I think we work hard at it within the realm and the space that we've got the ability to influence. But it's a balance, always a careful balance. And again, we've got some fantastic engineering firms here in the state of Oklahoma, and we've got a lot of them that go to school here, send their kids to school here, that operate here, and that do us a great job, whether they're Oklahoma headquartered or just have a significant presence here. And I think that's a balance that we have to really work hard at to try to maintain.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Appreciate that.
Secretary Gatz, did you have any other points that you wish to bring forward at this time?
No, sir, Mr. Vice Chair. I'd be happy to stand for any further questions. And again, I would say really appreciate the opportunity this morning to talk a little bit about the transportation network, both at the Turnpike level and the Department of Transportation.
Then I'm going to ask you, I believe, one more question, and unless I change my mind, decide to ask a few more, and then we'll have closing remarks. You've mentioned in your statements the importance for business in Oklahoma of the Turnpike Authority and, of course, our highway system overall. I'm sure that since you've been involved with this for quite a long time, you've seen how the roads and how the Turnpike Authority can impact business. Can you touch on what you think the Turnpike Authority in particular, but our improving road system, which, as you mentioned, we're now number 5 in bridges in the country. and I expect we're going to get even higher than that. But how has it helped Oklahoma to bring business in? How does it help us to our current businesses that are here to expand? And how do we compare to other states with Turnpike Authority and our highway system?
I would tell you many states are using tolling as a tool in the toolbox to expand and enhance their transportation system. You don't have to look any further than our friends to the south in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and not just Dallas-Fort Worth, but across Texas, and some of the rapid expansion that they've experienced and some of the ways that they have developed their transportation networks, tolling and tax supported. I by no means am an economist, so I would hesitate to try to put a number to how the transportation system supports economic development and growth in the state of Oklahoma, and not just in the state of Oklahoma, but across this nation. But I can point to the interstate system, and I think if you look at the interstate system and the access that is provided, it is apparent how it has influenced growth and development in this country. I think if you look at the Turnpike network and you look at what has happened around some of the areas that we've expanded, one right north of here on the Kilpatrick Turnpike, that is all predicated on the access that is provided through those routes and a recognition of the long-term needs of Oklahoma and the ability to make those investments. It drives economic growth. And it's, you know, when you hear developers talk about access, or location, what they're telling you is it's access. How do you get to it? Mr. Vice Chairman, I'll tell you, we've recently had an interstate designation put on Highway 412 in your area between I-35 and Highway 49 in Arkansas. That is significant. That may be the single most significant thing that's happened in the state of Oklahoma for my tenure. And let me tell you why. Because interstates drive economic development. Now, we're going to have to make some investments on Highway 412 in order to support that interstate designation, because a lot of it is not to interstate standard. But let me tell you what that does. We have something else in the region that's called the McClellan-Kerr Arkansas River Navigation System. We are working right now in concert with the Corps of Engineers and in a lot of good discussion about deepening that channel. We have the furthest inland frost-free port at the Port of Catoosa in Tulsa. The ability to deepen that channel is a game changer because it changes the type of freight we can move in and out of the Port of Catoosa. You couple that with an interstate designation on Highway 412 that provides the true controlled access facility that, by the way, is going to be carried on the Cimarron Turnpike and the Cherokee Turnpike. That is significant for the Northeast region, that is significant for the state of Oklahoma, and that is significant for this country because it gives us another opportunity to move freight maybe in a different way. So those are the things that drive what you're talking about, is providing that transportation system, all of the above, that's going to be necessary to support our citizenry for the future and give them the same opportunities that we've had. And I'm approaching 60 years old. I have enjoyed the investment of the greatest generation in the interstate system because the interstate system made this country what it is today. We have to continue to be willing to make those investments in Oklahoma's future to support that same type of growth and that same type of opportunity and safe travel as we begin to transition to some of the new technologies we're seeing out there. And that's what we're trying to do. There's no instant gratification in managing infrastructure. There's just not. You have to take a long-term approach. One of the things that we were adamant about is if we're going to make an investment in the Turnpike network, don't do it in a 5-year manner. Take a long-range approach. And I'm an 8-year work plan guy. That's done more for prioritizing transportation improvements in the state of Oklahoma than anything in my 32-year career. We have to carry that same approach into the investment strategies that we've got on the Turnpike network. Turner Turnpike, again, primary example. We know we're going to have to replace that pavement. We know we are. So I don't know is not the right answer. It's what is your plan to reinvest back in that network, make sure that we can continue to support that for the long term, and continue to manage Oklahoma's infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'm going to offer just a couple very brief closing comments and then turn it back over to Chairman Standridge. Clearly, quality roads and bridges are extremely important. I know that having watched before we had the 8-year plan, and then watching how roads and bridges have improved in the years since then, how we've gone from a state that our roads and bridges were some of the worst, state highways, roads and bridges were some of the worst in the nation, to now where we're getting to where they're among the best. You have to have a quality approach, and we've had that with the 8-year plan, and it seems that we've done a pretty good job with the toll roads. We have to always consider what's best for Oklahoma, for Oklahoma's citizens, what's fair, and what's reasonable. We always have to be looking at doing what we can that's going to help us to have economic development, what's going to drive economic development so we can get the good jobs here for our citizens, and having quality roads and bridges ties in with other areas like quality education and health care. So I appreciate your presentation, Mr. Secretary, and I'm looking forward to see what the, other areas are that we can continue to improve in the Turnpike Authority, as well as our overall roads and bridges. And I'm looking forward to Oklahoma moving from number 5 on bridges to number 1 in the nation, and us continuing to improve in other areas so that we can be an example to other states around the country. So, Mr. Secretary, I thank you and your deputy for your presentations. And with that, I turn this back over to Secretary Standridge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Appreciate your time. No further business, Representative. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you being here. And anybody that's listening online, appreciate you. And great education today, as always. I always learn something when I hear from OTA or ODOT and the great work that they do around the state. Without our further business, we do have another interim study at 1 o'clock. I know that the author of that study will be here. And so I invite everybody to come back at 1 o'clock. And with no further business for this committee now, we are adjourned. Thank you.
How you doing? Are you with the TV channel? All right. Oh, you're nightly?
Yes.
Yeah, we love you guys. You guys get the scoop sometimes on everybody else. You do. It's kind of fun seeing that.
Yeah, I mean, some people don't know your husband. Sometimes you're like,
Right.
checking to see.
Yeah. People out in the hall.
She looks sharp this morning.
Oh, hey.
Call to order the Senate Transportation Committee in the mode of interim studies. Today, I was waiting a few minutes for our vice chairman. I would assume he got caught up in a meeting. He's a busy guy, so we'll welcome him in when he comes back in. Interim study today on OTA, kind of a continuation of this morning. This study I brought forward is examining the need to create a legislative task force for OTA. Before giving you a short explanation, very short, I would like to recognize Senator George Burns is here. I know we probably have some senators that will tune in online. Representative Tom Gann is here. Chairman Tom Gann is here. I thought I saw Senator Bourne here a minute ago. Oh, Senator Mary Bourne is here. I don't think I have any other legislators in the room, but I just wanted to recognize them and thank them for being here. Senator Bergstrom will be here shortly. This study is, we're going to examine the policies and the process Turnpike Authority uses. We looked at that this morning. If any of you were here this morning, we had a good 2.5 hours of some great information about OTA brought forward by Senator Bergstrom. But we're going to look and see how legislative oversight might work within OTA or over OTA. This is a model a little bit. The thinking here is after GRDA years ago was needing some legislative oversight, and that's where this comes from. And so all those here I'm sure know or are familiar with the Access Oklahoma plan, which for some citizens in some communities came as a bit of a surprise. And so what we want to do is try to look forward to see how we can make that maybe not happen in such a surprising way and maybe work more smoothly with the citizens in those communities so that they know more and can plan ahead for those types of things. So today we are going to start with Oklahoma Turnpike Authority. I think Joe's, are you speaking, Joe? Okay. And so we're going to give them some time. I know some of you were here this morning, so I've asked them to be fairly brief. And we want to be timely with this. My assistant's going to send me a timetable here in a minute. I want to be timely because I want to rob anybody of any time. And so we're allowing about a half hour for from comments and questions with OTA. So I'd ask Joe to keep that presentation to about 15 minutes, and that way we'd have time for questions. I've got a few for him. And then each party, we're going to allow about 20 minutes for presentation and questions and answers. So be aware of that. And we can push all the questions to the end, but that's going to make it difficult to have questions at the end possibly because people tend to run long in here. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I'm babbling for a few minutes at the beginning. But anyway, without further delay, Joe, if you wouldn't mind coming forward and introduce yourself, tell them what you do, tell them your expertise if you would, because I know that you have a strong background and can speak to that. And please keep it to about 15 minutes or so, Joe, so we can get time for a few questions if any members have those. You're recognized. And Senator Bergstrom, thank you for being here. I recognize the other senators. So Mr. Vice Chairman Bergstrom is here. I'd like to recognize him. Joe, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name's Joe E. Kelly. I'm the Deputy Director and Chief Engineer at the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority. I gave a brief work history this morning, but I'll redo that quickly. Originally from McAllister, graduated from high school there where I knew the Turnpike Authority to be the Indian Nation Turnpike and our main connection back and forth to Tulsa and Oklahoma City. So that was the road that I grew up on that I recognize as being a turnpike. Graduated from Oklahoma State University, bachelor's in civil engineering. Continued to work at the Oklahoma Department of Transportation as early as 2001, but permanent full-time starting in 2006, finishing my master's in business administration from OSU during that time. About 15 years with the Oklahoma Department of Transportation, working in numerous sections of project development and project delivery. Before coming to work at the Turnpike Authority in 2016 to deliver the Driving Forward bond program. That was about $1 billion, $1.2 billion bond program the Turnpike Authority did to widen the Turner Turnpike, build the Kickapoo. We're still working on opening the Gilcrease on the west side of Tulsa, extend the John Kilpatrick about 7 miles in southwest Oklahoma City, as well as rebuild some pavement and modernize some tolling on the H.E. Bailey and the Muskogee Turnpikes. Since I worked as the chief engineer, I was a little over a year ago, became the deputy director. And Mr. Chairman, I was provided questions that were going to come from you to be able to answer, and I was just going to read through those questions and try to answer them while pointing to things on the website where they can be found. Is that
Absolutely, that sounds great, and I may have some additional thoughts or questions, but that sounds like a great idea. Thanks, Joe.
You can interrupt me anytime. Thank you, sir. So one of the first questions that was on here, and if on that website, if you could scroll down to the map, and really, I want to spend as much of this time as I can, not focusing too much on the widening of the Turner or the widening of the John Kilpatrick or the Gilcrease or widening the Will Rogers or all of the added interchanges around the state. I really want to focus on the south portions, everything that's south of I-40 that has been most recently in the news. So the first question that I had was, how do you decide on a route? Well, the state statute 69-1705E, there's 35 lines in there that denote different turnpike authority routes that can be worked on. One of them being the outer loop, which I believe to be line 20, and one of them that includes the Bailey Spur to be section 28. Those have to be added. They have to be in statute first, and then there has to be some established need, and that's in cooperation with ODOT and OTA. There has to be some need. So whether, if you look back at the Turner Turnpike, the need for a 4-lane facility connecting Oklahoma City to Tulsa, you look at the Indian Nation Turnpike, which is described as I believe as a turnpike from Tulsa to Hugo toward Paris, Texas. Those routes that didn't exist, where a route doesn't exist, there's and some established need is there, both in a transportation vacuum like the Kickapoo Turnpike was in eastern Oklahoma County. We work with ODOT to establish what those needs are and where the connections need to be made. So specifically here for the outer loop around Oklahoma City, we know that we need to connect the major traffic, and we've had significant traffic volume growth on the south extension of the Kilpatrick, that little section that's in black on the kind of the west side of Oklahoma City. That's had tremendous growth since it's been opened just 2 years ago. And so we know we need to get that traffic the rest of the way around Oklahoma City. There are some issues with State Highway 152, Airport Road, and I-44, and the interchange there is lacking and needs some work, and ODOT has some planned work in that area, as well as the congestion that happens on I-44. Somewhere down around Newcastle, that traffic volume is around 55,000 vehicles a day. I believe there are 3 or 4 accidents on the average every day in that section. And so it's majorly congested, and the only way to resolve that is to widen, which ODOT does have planned, but is also needs to work as part of this outer loop system. So we know we need to get an interchange there off the Kilpatrick someplace. If you look back at old studies, and on this website, there's a timeline feature at the top. You can go back and look at the feasibility studies that were done in the late 80s and early 90s, where the loops were, the loop, both in Oklahoma City and Tulsa, that's why I said plural, but the loops were identified as a need, and then also that need has not changed to today. The need is still there. The location of those routes has been modified a little bit, and by modified a little bit, I mean shifting a mile or two, and that has been to be the least impactful possible to the least number of properties, businesses, homes. So these routes were identified then back in those feasibility studies. The connections need to be made between interstate type facilities, both I-35 and I-44. The only place between Norman and Moore to cross I-35 is there at Indian Hills Road, where there is still a gap in development both east and west of I-35. Realizing that impacts some properties, some homes, but it's really the only place that we can get across that's the least impactful. As it relates to that, to the south extension, I know there's been some discussion and some questions around, why not go to the east side of the lake? If you don't mind, zoom in just a couple clicks to the east side of Norman there, yeah. So if the outer loop is going to be built, that's that east-west portion along Indian Hills Road, and you decide that you want to put the southeast or the south extension on the east side of the lake, it ends up being about 12 and a half more miles long, 12 and a half miles longer. We know that doesn't serve, that won't serve the same number of vehicles. It's moved to where it can't serve the Norman proper area in the event somebody in Norman is trying to get north and east. It's a lot further out to go out past the lake. Being 12 and a half more miles long and assuming about 400 feet wide, that's an additional 600 acres of impact that we want to minimize. We're trying to minimize the footprint. We did so on the Kickapoo. We did so on the Kilpatrick extension, just as we've done all the way back with the Turner Turnpike originally through history. So that was the shortest distance. There are, the next thing that we try to look at is where are the absolute no-go areas and where do you want to miss? So we look at cemeteries, churches. Obviously, we look at homes, and we realize the impact that occurs to those homeowners when a line like this is drawn on a map. Backing up just a little bit, in 2015, when the Kickapoo Turnpike, the Eastern Oklahoma County Turnpike at that time was announced, it was shown on a map 3 miles wide. The orange shaded area that we have shown on our map would have been shown about 3 miles wide, encompassed tens of thousands of properties. And that was an issue then. It was quickly, within a few months, narrowed down, but it created quite the stir, as you can imagine. When we announced these routes, in December of 2007, we didn't show a map because we didn't have one, and because before we were going to show it, we wanted to narrow it down to a much more narrow study area so we didn't cause so much turmoil to as many people. I still believe that was the right way to have established that, to put just a little bit of engineering into some desktop environmental surveys, make sure that we were avoiding as many of the no-go areas as we could. As well as another thing that we looked at was governmental properties. That's both school land, common school land that might be utilized. Obviously, if we can go through a section of school land someplace that is not impactful to anybody's home, understanding there's still an impact, just not to a private property owner per se. We look at parcel size, so in areas, if we can stay in areas that have longer parcels, we know that's most likely only dealing with one property owner. It allows us to get a little bit further down the road with maybe only one purchase. We look at land use consideration. What is the land currently being used for? One option, the shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line, would have been to go straight over the lake, and we don't want to go over the lake. There are environmental concerns with operating and working in a lake, spanning long distance of the lake, applying a bunch of soil fill into the lake. None of those things were options that we thought were good. And so we looked at a couple different alignments on the west side of the lake that and looked both west and east of the currently shown alignment. The further you go east, the bigger the environmental impact to the lake. The further you go west, the more homes that become impacted. So the next question that I had was, how do we select consulting engineers? Oh, one last thing on establishing the alignments. Along Indian Hills Road, on the west side of I-35, we are holding to the north side of Indian Hills Road. On the east side of I-35, we transition quickly to the south side of Indian Hills Road. In both cases, that is to avoid the neighborhoods and homes that abut Indian Hills Road. On the east side of Indian Hills, we looked at going about a quarter mile and a half mile south of its currently shown alignment. That puts it into the Little River floodway, Little River basin, and basically would cause it to be a massive bridge, eliminates the need for any connections to the side streets because they would all be on bridges, And so, we moved that back north up to the south side of Indian Hills Road pretty quick. Next question had to do with how do we select consulting engineers. We use qualifications-based selection, which in state statute follows the Brooks Act pretty closely. We solicit for a broad description and attain letters of interest from interested engineering firms. We shortlist that to 3 to 5 shortlisted engineering firms and request a proposal from them. And then after receiving the proposal, we evaluate and select. That's not any different than the way other state agencies perform selection of consultants. One of the things that we base selection on is office location and in close proximity to where the work is being done. That goes to a question that was asked this morning, that pretty much eliminates somebody from out of state performing any of our consulting work that doesn't have a pretty significant presence right here in Oklahoma, and those people are working on the project. The only caveat that exists to that is if we get into some unique design engineering that's not necessarily available in Oklahoma, and we do have one at the Turnpike Authority, and that is the tolling. So we typically work with a couple of nationally recognized engineering firms that work on tolling. But for the most part, everything else is done right here in state. Next question that I have is, what influence do consulting engineers have in the decision-making process? OTA has a general engineering consultant that represents the bondholders' interests. They are a third party that basically provide data and recommendations directly to our board. They provide conditional assessments and assist OTA with our mission for safe and efficient transportation alternatives. For a big program, we hire a program manager. We also hire design consultants. We have no ability to do design in-house. We do have a few engineers. They manage the projects and check the plans. We do not perform any in-house design. And then we also, we do have a couple of inspectors for the construction management side, but for large projects, we mostly consult out and hire consultants for that as well. We rely heavily on ODOT for experts in materials, survey, roadway, bridge, traffic design, et cetera, and we pull them in anytime there's some issue between a contractor and a construction manager. ODOT Central Office works as our referee, so to speak. Fifth question that I have is, how does the bidding process work within the agency? We follow the Competitive Bidding Act of 1974. We advertise at least 21 days in advance, have a bid opening. ODOT serves this role for OTA, so we provide them with a final set of plans, and ODOT does the advertising for us and receives the bids. This is so that we have consistency among agencies here in transportation. And that's worked really, really well. The next question that I had is, do we allow out-of-state contractors? And the answer to that is yes. However, there is a statute that I'll reference you to, which is 69-1705N. And in that statute, it's got a directive that the Turnpike Authority, that any contractor performing construction work for the Turnpike employ 90% of its labor with Oklahoma residents. So we follow that. We have our contractors turn in sign an affidavit stating that they followed that. What are the parameters for selecting a contractor? That's all based off of low bid. With one small caveat, we typically value time on our projects. So a faster project, completing a project faster has value. So almost all of the projects, and I say almost because we do have some low volume segments that don't require the time to be bid, but we typically bid the project time. The Turner Turnpike, as an example, any of those segments, if you look at the widening, any of those were done in about 14 months, so just a little over a year. Are studies done before the decision is made to proceed with a contract? Yes, and that is to the extent that they can be. What that means is we have to take again, we don't employ the expertise that's needed to do these studies necessarily in-house. So some of the studies have to be, in order to hire somebody, we have to take that in front of our board, which we most recently have done. So the decision of whether to proceed, we have to make an announcement so that we can make that public, so that we can begin to talk with our board and approve contracts and approve the pay on the contracts on those. Who performs the environmental studies? We have consultants that, as I just stated, that perform a lot of those. ODOT performs and helps us with some, as well as the jurisdictional entities like the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, the State Historic Preservation Office, the Department of Environmental Quality, the Bureau of Reclamation, local entities which can control some of the water sediment issues, and any others that and any of a number of others that could be could apply to a certain project depending on the location. Who performs the feasibility studies? That's initially done by both ODOT and OTA, supported by the subject matter experts and the knowledgeable staff at both of the agencies. We base it off of the data, the traffic, and then eventually we have to get a traffic and revenue analysis to make sure that we're not building a road that won't carry any traffic. That's done by a third party. We use the nationally recognized CDM Smith for that. The traffic studies, let's see, I think basically the same answer, ODOT consultants and CDM Smith. The 12th question on here was to explain the public input process. So it's a 15-year program that has a lot of different schedules for the different projects that are on it. Adding an interchange outside of Davenport, for instance, we'll probably meet with Davenport a couple different times. It was relatively unanimous that it was unanimous that they were excited about the prospect of a new interchange. So there are some that'll be similar to that. We did hold some public meetings back in April trying to gather input. Our website, this website, at the top of the website, there's a place to connect, and we are still gathering input today. We routinely receive a few calls. Now we're receiving just a few calls a week, but we're still receiving public input through our website. There will also be future public meetings as we get additional information, depending on the route, depending on which section of the access program you're talking about. As we develop more better defined plans, public meetings used to be used to provide information. Now we're able to do it instantaneously through a website like this and send out an email update or even a newsletter update through the mail, directing people to what has changed. So we'll leverage this resource as much as we can throughout the process, and we'll continue to as new plans are designed and as we finalize anything that we get finalized. There's a question on here: when did the process begin for deciding the Norman routes? And I would reference that 1987 change in statute. That was probably when the need was recognized, and the need is still the same today. ODOT, since that was added in statute, ODOT, as Secretary Gatz explained, has widened I-35 and added a lane, but it has grown, the traffic has grown, and the congestion has grown, so that those routes are still just as valid today. There was a question on here that says, give a history of the negotiations with the Norman City Council. I went down to the City of Norman study session on March 29th. We did not seek input from the Norman City Council to determine routes. That's not the role that the local government plays, but we do anticipate a lot of interaction as the feasibility of the routes is either as we move forward with further design of these routes. Most recently, we had a stakeholder meeting with the City of Norman and some of their officials, and and address some of the questions that they had. And we intend to take any comments that came from that meeting and apply them to this project and the plans as we move forward. Lots of opportunity there that I hope we get to work through. Question number 15 is how many homes and properties are within the study corridor? To this date, and again, only looking at the south routes as they're currently shown. I know there have been some numbers shown, set online. I've heard 600. I don't read the online stuff, but I've been told it says 600, 800, 1,000, 1,200 homes. We think there will be significantly less number of homes impacted, probably something in the neighborhood of 200 to 250 homes, but way less than what has been previously guessed at. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So the question that I had was how many homes and properties are within the study corridor, and I just said that I know there's been a lot of speculation looking underneath the orange shaded area. We have, in assuming that we're going to be able to narrow that shaded area down to about a third of what's currently shown, and looking at some of the topographical survey that we've been able to do to date, we think that number is going to be closer to 200 to 250. We won't know the exact number of homes until we're done purchasing right away. And I'll give an example, not a hypothetical, but an example of that. We weren't finished negotiating right away on the Kickapoo Turnpike until sometime in 2020, 2019, 2020. Some of those impacts to that property, when we looked at it, we didn't think it was going to impact the home in any way. We made offers. So sitting here today, we can look at some and think that there's no impact. We make offers. We go out and figure out that their lateral lines, something is majorly impacted by whatever the need is. And that's something that we take extremely seriously. The most serious thing that we do, both at ODOT and at OTA, is purchase right away. So we have to get that right all the time if we can. On the Kickapoo Turnpike, there were 375 parcels that were acquired. Of that, there were 13 condemnation cases that had to do with title issue, where we arrived at an agreement on value, maybe on agreement on the property, but we couldn't figure out who to agree to. There was some issue with the title. And so 13 cases of the 375 went through condemnation for that. 2 cases have gone to trial, and there are 8 that are still open. So only 10 that are going to end up, or at least today, look like they're going to end up in some kind of court proceeding, as opposed to, I think the industry standard is a whole lot more than that. We take it very serious. Everybody that is working on the property acquisition, we're all Oklahomans too. We have friends and family that know people, either are or know people who are affected by these routes. So we take all of that very serious. One of the open records requests that we've received has been, can we publish, as we acquire property, can we publish some, the data someplace? So we're working on a way to do some of that through this website. Understanding that some of that, there's personal information there, so we want to make sure we get that right with property owners. The next question that I had is what studies have been completed or started? We've met with some of the jurisdictional agencies soon after, in March and April of this year to discuss, how this project was going to move forward, both on these new alignments and on all of the others. Basically to develop a plan between agencies to move forward. Right now, we've done some of the aerial survey has been completed. We had to get that done before the leaves were off the trees. I think people realized that happened. We're doing field survey right now. We've done a desktop cultural resource survey, which gets the cemeteries and historic places. We have lots of ongoing field work that is being documented currently. We're delineating streams and wetlands as part of our survey efforts, and And then we've also got Oklahoma City, Moore, Norman, and Newcastle on the new routes that will have, that do have some requirements as it relates to stormwater and water design and our hydraulic design of the project. And then the last, number 17, which I'm sorry it's taking me so long to get through these, but number 17 of the questions was of the 11 Oklahoma Turnpikes, which of them would stand alone on their own financially? And I provided you with a copy of our recent, this is actually from August of last year. It was just sent to our board members this over the weekend. August of this year, it was just sent over the weekend to our board members. This is done every month, and this is our operations report. If you'll turn to, I believe it's on page 6. On page 6, there is an exhibit number 3, and it has a year-to-date net toll revenue. That's really the best way that I can answer that question because we cross-pledge our network since 1954. We don't look at them as individual turnpikes paying off individual bonds on themselves. They're paying off, they're making a debt service payment each month as a whole, so we treat them as a whole. Similarly, that revenue is used in our routine maintenance and in our capital improvement plan. So that's Exhibit 3 on page 6. There's another one that I believe, bear with me for 1 second, is on page 10. And it's the top left, Exhibit 11. And this goes over the amount, those are in dollars, and that is money in attended lanes, money in coin lanes, and then electronic tolls are captured in those first 3 columns in that Exhibit 11. There's other information in here, but I'll leave that leave those for you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I guess I missed you by about 5 questions. Sorry about that, Joe. Good job. Good job. Thank you for answering all those questions so efficiently. I've got a few questions, but before I do, I want to see if any members have any questions, and I don't see any questions. So my first question is an Oklahoma First question. I know you mentioned some things around that. You might have thought I might have something to do with those questions. One concern I have, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot here, but it's what I've been learning about in the interim, is yes, you get a firm that has here, but so much of that money that could be used to, and especially in these horrible economic times where I mentioned car dealerships, I don't even know a car dealer, but I mean, I see them. So some of these businesses are really crippling. And I know for a fact that some of these companies are funneling a ton of that money into Texas and Florida and California. I mean, can I just ask you to be cognizant? I'm not asking for a long answer. I want you guys to be aware that when you hire somebody, they may be an Oklahoma guy. I'd really encourage you to hire an Oklahoma firm. Is that something you guys look at and would be willing to look at and be aware to make sure not too much of that money is drifting out of state?
Yes, sir. We pay attention to that. Okay. I mean, I pay attention to that every day on every contract that we award to a consultant. Earlier, when that question was asked, it centered around some of the bid work, the construction work itself. Yeah. That deal, if you go back and look at driving forward, we had some what I would consider to be out of state. Well, you and I would definitely agree to be an out of state contractor come in and try to get their foot in on some of the Turner Turnpike widenings. Those were some of the first big projects, and it was just almost impossible. They couldn't compete with somebody who lives here, works here, and knows the area and knows how we work. So that hasn't been a major problem. I think if you ask the AGC, they would say the same thing. As for the consultant side, we pay attention to who's working on our projects and where they are from, where they're headquartered, and where we're mailing the payments to. I do that all the time.
Thank you, Joe. A couple statutory timeline questions. If you don't have the answer, it's not a big deal. Knowing you may well have the answer. I'm not sure if I would. On the public input, is there statutory requirements or timelines on that, on the public input?
I don't know the answer to that specifically. Thank you. But I can find that out.
No worries. And on the history, so we have 87, 2000, several different dates along the road. Are there any limitations or expirations on those type of dates? I mean, do you have to do it within a certain amount of time? Is there any statutory guidelines as far as when it goes into statute, when it has to be completed?
There are no, yes, there is something that talks about that yes and no. The question's tough. The answer is, once something is in statute, that's what we can work on. There's nothing that says we have to do it by a certain time frame. However, it does say, I believe in statute, that we get to do it. We can perform that work when we deem it to be feasible and economically sound.
Okay.
So we determine when that is.
Last question I have. I've talked to the Secretary about this, and we've had a discussion. So again, not trying to put you on the spot, but when I look at, I live in Cleveland County, so there's a lot of people having to pay to go a lot of directions. In fact, every direction now people have to pay. Not trying to complain to you about that, but just a lot of payments, a lot of coins are going to be dropped in baskets, it seems like to me. But with that in mind, it seems like we saved a lot of money not doing the Riverwind exchange. We saved a lot of money not having to do the Indian Hills exchange. My request, I would ask you to consider, if this goes through, can we not let people cross the river for free? Because that's going to be a lot of people that are going to have to pay fees just to cross the river and go back home. And if not, they're going to have to go all the way to the Purcell Bridge or go all the way to 35. I just think we're saving enough money. Is that a possibility at all, that maybe they could cross the bridge without having to pay a toll?
So the segment that you're referencing is the segment just north of Purcell?
Correct.
The best part, and Secretary Gatz said this several times, but the best part of a 15-year long-range plan is we have the ability to work some of those things out. Typically in the past, Turnpike Authority does stuff in little 5-year segments, and we're in a rush. And we don't have that kind of push or rush for that segment down there. So there are lots of possibilities, things that we can do with ODOT. I will say, I think that if the Turnpike Authority were to sell bonds to build it, it'll have to be tolled. If there's some other way for us to secure funds for that particular segment, then there's a lot of things that can be possible.
Thank you for your answer. Appreciate it. Perfect timing. Any other further questions for the OTA today? No, thank you, Joe. Appreciate your time both this morning and this afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Appreciate you as well. Next, we have Robert Norman, and Mr. Norman and all those that are proceeding. I'm just going to list your name because I will butcher an introduction for you and you'll say, that is not even me. And so I don't want to do that. So if you don't mind, just come to the microphones right over here. Just identify yourself. Tell us your title, what you do, what your expertise is, why are you speaking today, what's your expertise, and your reason, and the reason behind it. And I think my assistant actually got more specific for me. She's so awesome. But anyway.
I've got it up.
And so you have till 2:10, including questions, because I think it'd be better if we allow a question or two in between, if needed. But you are recognized, Mr. Norman.
You can interrupt me and ask questions anytime.
Okay.
Is this going to work? No. I'll just call next slide, if that works. If we move on to the next slide, there you see, I go by Rob also. There we go. That's about me. Rob Norman. Okay. Okay, which one of these do I flick to get going? Okay. There we go. Got it. Okay, I'm a 30-year lawyer, partner in a business law and litigation firm. I have a background in complex litigation and compliance practice with federal and state agencies, labor relations all over the country, employment law, business law, and insurance law. I am a Norman resident. I am not in the path of the turnpikes, though I live in Ward 3, a more densely populated area where the east-west connector goes north of where I live. I am counsel for PIKE OTA in a district court lawsuit, and individual citizens and businesses too, and in the Supreme Court protest that PIKE OTA filed in the pending Supreme Court case. So that's a little bit about me, and I'm just going to kind of get on and move on. I can start easily with the questions and answers, Senator Standridge, and thank you for having us here today. You had asked whether there's any timeline for public input. I would back up one step and say there's no requirement for public input, in the Turnpike Enabling Act, so there is no timeline or standards for public impact in the Turnpike Enabling Act. There are also no sunset provisions. There really are no sunset provisions for any of these route authorizations in 1705E. Those are the two of the things I'm going to go into and talk about some easy, palatable legislation that we kind of think should be a no-brainer to put in place in those areas. Yeah, I was asked to do a little bit about the Oklahoma Turnpike Enabling Act. Got some cute little slides here. This is the ribbon cutting for the Turner Turnpike in 1953. We all know this is where it first started. And here we are, a nice little postcard at the beginning and at the midway point from way back when. And then I'm gonna fast forward a little bit and then back up a little bit and go over the Oklahoma Turnpike Enabling Act. Here what we have, Mr. Eckela had us see some slides about the three turnpikes that are causing the most controversy. I've kind of broken them down separately. This is how they appear in OTA material, and this is actually an exhibit in the Supreme Court case. Here is the east-west connector. It is now the longest and most expensive of the turnpike routes. It starts here, it connects up just north of the H.E. Bailey, goes across with a toll anticipated, and we can bet it's going to happen, across the Canadian River along what would be the Indian Hills Path, connects up with I-35, then goes out to East Norman into a rural residential area, and then now, as it's configured by the OTA, it is the east-west connector that actually hooks up with the Kickapoo Turnpike. You can see it curves up and hooks up with the Kickapoo Turnpike. Here's the south extension as currently configured by the OTA. And I've mentioned it changed. And it changed immediately after this body passed Senate Bill 1610. There were no guardrails on the OTA about this. The Senate passed a bill attempting to put some oversight, attempting to slow down, attempting to get some information from the OTA. And the OTA, it was directed toward the south extension, which was once a longer route that curved up and hooked up with the Kickapoo, which is why they call it the south extension. But after this passed, after Senate Bill 1610 first passed, the OTA put a little maneuver on and crammed the south extension down to a smaller route instead of being the one that hooked up with the Kickapoo. And here, of course, is the Tri-City connector. The Tri-City connector and the east-west connector both fall within the Oklahoma City Outer Loop, passed in 1987. Now, I heard Mr. Eckela talk about, well, what we do to determine whether we can do a route is we look to Section E, and there are 35 authorizations there. That's absolutely true. There are 35 authorizations there, but what the OTA has not done, and I'm still not hearing it today, is they didn't finish reading the statute. To understand what's really going on with the Oklahoma City Outer Loop, you have to move on, like any good lawyer is told, like I was told in law school, read the whole statute, not just part of it. And when you get to Section 1705F, you find there's a wall on the Oklahoma City Outer Loop that doesn't allow it to be built today. Now, going back to the history, of course, it started with the Turner. The Turner Turnpike had an extraordinarily broad authorization in 1705E that you can still read today. It just said, put a turnpike between Oklahoma City and Tulsa, and left the rest of it up to the OTA. The OTA actually got out ahead of the feds, and the legislature actually got out ahead of the feds and did a little diagonal route, the Will Rogers, the Turner, and the H.E. Bailey, all the way diagonally across Oklahoma when the feds weren't going to do that. And that was really the good original purpose of the OTA, was to connect distant places that maybe the feds didn't want to connect, or maybe the feds weren't ready to connect, or maybe we had no other way to connect these distant places. And one of the original purposes, which is still in the statute today, is the bypassing of cities and towns. That has become a subject of controversy, and it's still there. The idea was that the Turner was supposed to become a free road once paid off. But that changed really quick in 1954 when actually the people passed a referendum that allowed for cross-pledging. And that's what started us on the road we're at today. Instead of building a toll road, financing it through revenue bonds, and paying it off, like maybe a school bond issue that builds an elementary school and then you pay it off, this allowed basically the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority to take money from one road and apply it to a new road somewhere else, or apply it to maintenance on a new road. Sounded like it made sense, and it passed a referendum petition back then in 1954. But what it did is it created a system which had some good to it, but it created a system which has some bad to it that we see today. We start with the proposition that no Oklahoma Turnpike has ever been turned into a free road, and they haven't, because this system has to work this way. Now let's look. This is about legislation. This is about policy. This is a partisan body. I'm not going to shy away from that. I want to remind people who are in this body, the majority in this body, what the Republican Party platform is on policy concerning turnpikes. It is not to have new turnpikes. This leg of the Republican Party platform was adopted a little over a year before Access Oklahoma was announced, maybe 2 years. It calls for a moratorium on creation of additional turnpikes and a road through an independent audit toward paying our toll roads off and transitioning to free roads. Those viable plans exist. We've got one right here from the president of PIKE off OTA, who can visit with any one of you and talk to you about a reasonable, non-cold turkey wind-down plan for our system of so many toll roads. Also, the Republican Party platform is to oppose the use of eminent domain to build and operate new toll roads and bridges. Those are important, very important things to remember as we move forward. Now here, as Mr. Eklund mentioned, this is kind of the nuts and bolts of the Turnpike Authority as it exists today. It's 1705E. This is what authorized the routes. 35 locations are authorized. The first 6, which are kind of the overwhelming majority of our turnpike system, were built in the 50s and 60s. And they were this kind of connecting distant places type things where there was no connection between Oklahoma City and Tulsa, no connection between, say, the Oklahoma State University area and Tulsa. And it did a great job with that. But then in more recent times, the permissions start to get more specific and restrictive, which we'll go over some more today. And this is what it looks like today. This is the whole system as it looks today. It's a combination of connecting distant places and some outer loop, no longer really outer loop as we know from the effects of development, things around Tulsa and Oklahoma City. Now, here's something. This whole presentation is based upon an evidentiary presentation I gave at the Supreme Court, but it has a lot more in it than evidence, but I'll show you where it's evidence here in a minute. This is a picture of sunset. And it's a picture of the sunset at Lake Thunderbird. And first I'm going to tell you from a practical standpoint, if the south extension and the east-west connector goes through, there's going to be something else you're going to see and you're going to hear. It's not going to be like this anymore. It's not going to be this quiet place anymore at the edge of Lake Thunderbird. We're going to have a road going over here, and we're going to have a bunch of noise going over here. And I intentionally picked a sunset picture because I wanted to draw to everyone's attention that there are no sunset provisions in 1705E. There's a little, Mr. Eklund mentioned yes and no, and I have a little different yes and no answer to that. There's one very important one that applies to the Oklahoma City outer loop. It requires some serious legal research. It requires putting your thinking cap on and keeping it on. It requires where you keep reading the statute and don't quit at the end of E. It requires you to move on. But generally, we could, as a legislative body here, easily put in sunset provisions. You can pick a year. You guys are term limited to 12 years. And this is one of the problems it creates. Right now, the OTA is trying to build turnpikes it claims were authorized 35 and 29 years ago. Now, and I've heard in this body, and I've heard in the city, and I've heard popularly a mantra that if it was authorized in 1705E, it must be a done deal. Back when we first started this, the Turner had a real strict sunset provision. There's an old 1950 case that's at issue in these lawsuits where the OTA told the Supreme Court, hey, we got to get moving on this thing. We can't dilly-dally around in litigation and moving up and down courts and things like that. Supreme Court said, yeah, you got to get this thing going in 2 years. And they did. But there are no such sunset provisions at all in the Turnpike Enabling Act. And this is simple, easy legislation to put through. I'll have counsel in the Open Meetings Act lawsuit will get up and talk about moving forward when we authorize new routes, some common sense legislation. But there's some real easy common sense legislation there. Now, what happens when we get down 35 and 30 years after the fact and we try to build a turnpike? A lot of things happen. The legislators are gone now who were there and enacted those old routes. The governor's gone. The OTA is completely turned over hands. The routes disappear from transportation plans. Our local governments in Norman and Cleveland County don't have these routes on their transportation plans. So if you go to buy a home and you do more due diligence than most homeowners do, you would never have found any of these routes sitting on the transportation plans at the city of Norman or Cleveland County. They wouldn't have been there. So you felt like, I can buy a house by the lake and know I'm going to be in a place where I'm living a rural, peace and quiet life in a nice place without worrying about a turnpike coming through someday. Here's another thing, another plank of the Republican Party platform of 2020. Very common sense. We support the implementation of sunset laws. This is a perfect place to put them in. It's not going to be hard legislation to do. It's not going to hamper the OTA too much. It's going to make them have to come to this body moving forward and justify their turnpikes. But an easy thing for this legislative body to do would be to put in sunset provisions for all existing routes. A little due process of law. And to your point, Senator, talking about some of the public input and some of the requirements there, we think a due process of law, as I see from the slides, being a court matter, but it's also a legislative matter. In fact, it's a legislative matter first. The legislature decides first, especially in Oklahoma, which is a place set up for representative democracy and the legislature kind of to rule the roost. The legislature can define due process of law. And we'll look at what some other legislators have done. There's a lack of guardrails on the OTA. Other than 1705E authorizes a route, we really don't have any. Before the OTA gets to make a final decision to build a turnpike, no study required of impacted homes, properties, families, or businesses is required. Zero, none. That's why they don't know, even today. We're making guesses about 250 homes or 650 homes because they didn't do any studies. They basically electronically drew some routes that seemed to make the most sense from mileage standpoint, from revenue generating standpoint, and never looked a moment at how many homes they were going to impact. The first time they did that was when our folks in the room at PIKE off OTA, without having to go through too complicated a process, figured it out. And it's been an issue ever since, and they're just now getting to the point of doing those studies after going to the Supreme Court and asking for permission to build these routes. They're doing it the other way around. There is no public comment, input, or public meetings required. There is no local government input required. That was one of the things. Mr. Eckel has stood up and very honestly said, we did not include the city of Norman in any public input about these routes because that's not their role. Why isn't it? We're going to move over to some sister states where it is, and I'm going to talk a little bit about a time when another regime was in office in the governor's office, another regime was in office at the OTA, and decided to get that public input 20 years ago in deciding whether or not to build these same routes. Absolutely. I mean, he's right, but he's wrong from a policy standpoint. He's right from a legislative standpoint, but he's wrong from a policy standpoint. They don't have to go ask Cleveland County. They don't have to go ask the city of Norman. They don't have to communicate with the city of Norman or Cleveland County about these routes. They don't have to have a public meeting beforehand. What the public meetings have been about The public meetings have been reduced to studies done after the fact. They have been reduced to, the public meetings have been reduced to a bunch of tables where the OTA explains the right-of-way and condemnation process in a done deal fashion. This is what's going to happen, and this is how we go through the condemnation process. They're not asking the public, do you want these routes or are they a good idea? They're not asking local governments, do you want these routes or are they the good idea? They're telling them this is what we're going to do and this is how we're going to take your property. There is no due process involved in here at all. We talk about before a government deprives someone of life, liberty, or property, and everything is involved in eminent domain, you go through a due process. And they don't have to do so here. Environmental studies have no alternative build, no build study except where federal NEPA takes over. It's neither good science nor good policy. It's after the fact work. There are people in the room. I went to one of the public meetings at Norman, and one of my colleagues, Mike Smith, who you'll hear from later, we went to and confirmed that they were just a bunch of tables set up to tell you how eminent domain works and how they're going to take your home. There was one environmental studies table. There's a gentleman in the room back here. I don't remember his name. He was at the table. The head of their environmental department was at the table. One of their individuals tried to tell us that the OTA does the same environmental studies that they would do if federal NEPA was involved. The same extensive studies with alternate build, no build route alternatives that were in Senate Bill 1610. These folks had to come up and correct that young lady and tell her, no, in fact, we don't do environmental studies to the extent we would do if we were wearing ODOT hats, if we were wearing hats where proper environmental studies were required, if the National Environmental Policy Act was implicated. Said right there, they don't do that. Now, here's some ideas from some other states. These are maps of Florida and Kansas. Kansas has kind of remained the way we did after the Turner. They have one big, long turnpike. Florida is a little like we are now. Both states with policymakers who are somewhat to pretty, very closely aligned with our policymakers in both governor's office and the legislature. Now, what Florida does and Kansas does are some of the things I've been talking about that the OTA does not have to do. Kansas and Florida both call for feasibility studies with basic standards before Department of Transportation's and turnpike authorities are legally permitted to build a turnpike. Public meetings and public input is required prior to legal permission, not after they make the decision and not just to tell you how they're going to take their home. It's a public meeting that asks, should we do these routes? Local government input is required prior to legal permission. In fact, here's a little blurb from the Florida statute itself. Proposed projects must be consistent with local government comprehensive plans to the maximum amount feasible. And in Kansas, in fact, the local government and the Turnpike Authority have to work together to reach a consensus on whether and what route to build. And once that is done, then, only then, once all these things are done, then only then is a Turnpike Authority permitted to build a turnpike. Now, I was asked to do a little bit on the legal challenges. This kind of goes back to history and kind of dovetails into the lack of guardrails on the OTA and why we're in this litigation. It would be better if we had sunset provisions. It would be better if we had legislative oversight. It would be better if we had public input, local government input, and I would submit we would not be where we are here today with a massive new turnpike plan announced without notice to the public, announced without input from the public, announced without input from local governments, and just imposed upon us, and that just leads to serial litigation. 1987 to 89 was a watershed for the OTA. That year, the Oklahoma City Outer Loop was authorized, along with a package of other turnpikes that we now know as the Creek, up in Tulsa, the Cherokee up north in a rural area of Tulsa, and also another existing route was put into there. And what the legislature did with the Oklahoma City Outer Loop was they required it be done in a bundle. That all or part of all 4 turnpikes be done in a bundle with one bond issue. It also mentions one bond indenture. But the takeaway from that today, 35 years later, is the statute does not allow the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority to bond or build any part of the Oklahoma City Outer Loop by itself in phases. Now this sounds, here's the litigator for PIKE off OTA. Oh, of course he's going to say something like that. Here's the statute itself. Any bonds issued for the construction of the proposed turnpike referred in 10, 20, 21, and 22, 20 is the Oklahoma City Outer Loop, of paragraph E of this subsection, shall be issued as one bond issue, says one issue, for all 4 of the proposed turnpikes, and that's the key kicker. It's also one bond indenture, but the key kicker is one bond issue. Now, it's not just me saying this. This goes back to the part of having no sunset provisions on routes and losing that legislative memory and losing that agency memory. Neil McCaleb's gone, Governor Bellman's gone, every legislature from that era is gone because of term limits, but they understood it exactly as how I said it in 1988. This is actually in evidence at the Supreme Court. Starts off in a Daily Oklahoman article. The Oklahoma Turnpike Authority Thursday urged the legislature to repeal a 1987 law that requires 4 proposed toll roads to be built as a package or not at all. That means that's exactly what the statute says, and that's exactly what it means. And this is kind of what they did. The OTA and Governor Bellman realized they were kind of in a pickle. Here it is again. The 1987 legislature approved building of 4 toll roads, including the Oklahoma City Turnpike, but only if part or all of the 4 roads were built at the same time. Now, what they did is they got into a pickle. They figured out that this whole package was they'd bitten off more than they could chew. So the OTA went into a process of reducing what they could build into what we originally saw in 1989, which was a segment of all 4 of them. Here we see again, a law passed by the 1987 legislature permits the authority to build the Oklahoma City, Tulsa, and Choteau Siloam Springs roads only if it builds a turnpike from Davis to Henrietta. And here's Governor Bellman saying himself, they got into a fight, which some of us who are a little older may remember, about the Chickasaw Turnpike between Sulphur and Ada only being a little 2-lane turnpike. And people didn't like that. And Bellman talks to the folks out there, and he said, the legislature has tied my hands and told us we had to do these 4 turnpikes as an all or nothing deal. So what did they do in 1988? The OTA and the governor tried to get the legislature to split all this up, to allow them to build these 4 turnpikes separately and in chunks and in phases. But the legislature said no. And of course, probably with or without term limits, we probably wouldn't have anyone around still in the legislature from then. But the legislature absolutely said no. But we've forgotten. This is the first time this argument has come to a court. The Kickapoo was built, and the opposition did not make this argument. It was there. It was solid. I would submit that had it been presented to the courts, the Kickapoo should not have been built. But it was because that argument was not made to the court because we'd all forgotten. So that bill died. So what we have is we have a bill proposed to allow the OTA to do what they're doing right now with the East-West Connector and the Tri-City Connector, and it failed. But Neil McCaleb is not around anymore. Governor Bellman is not around anymore. The legislature from that age is not around anymore. We have new people in place, and that was forgotten. This is what they eventually did. They built the first part of the Kilpatrick. They built the Cherokee. They built the first part of the creek. And I grew up kind of between where the creek ends and the Muskogee begins. And now I live kind of a little bit below the East-West Connector. And they built that two little Chickasaw Turnpike, 2-lane Chickasaw Turnpike stick. That's what they did to comply with the law, and that was their shot. It was a one-shot deal, and they were done. They have never amended Section F of the statute. What happened is we forgot. The South Extension problem is a little different problem. Again, it's a 30-year-old authorization that probably authorized the H.E. Bailey Norman spur. You could probably stick it in there. And here's the end of the authorization, and here's where the legislature starts getting a lot more restrictive than they did with the Turner. Here's the last leg of the authorization. Easterly across the South Canadian River to a point in the vicinity of the city of Norman. Pay attention. This is kind of one where you have to be half English teacher, half engineer, part lawyer, part legislature to understand, but take a look at that easterly and to a point. Now, we don't have to muddle ourselves too much about what easterly is because we can take a compass out and understand when easterly is not easterly anymore. It's not due east, but it's not north and it's not south. The legislature became really good starting in the 1980s about putting northerly, southerly, southeasterly, south and east, all that kind of stuff to kind of give the OTA guidance and to kind of restrict them from going astray. And here is that compass wheel, that compass rose, interposed between the H.E. Bailey Norman spur and the South Extension as we now know it. You can look at that compass rose and you can look at that statute. It's not hard. You don't have to be a lawyer to do this one. You don't have to do independent research to do this one. You can just get out a compass and stick it on there and see where they've gone astray, and they've gone literally a couple of bridges too far over the Canadian River. What they've done is instead of moving easterly from, say, the Norman Spur to a point in the vicinity of Norman, is they've skipped all the way down to Purcell, which is not in the statute. And then they've gone northerly, not easterly, to connect back up with the east-west connector. Used to be to connect back up to the Kickapoo, but they changed that when this body passed Senate Bill 1610. So we can see just by putting a compass rose on and just by looking at the statute and having those two pieces of materials bias that the South Extension doesn't work for them either. And again, we have a 30-year-old route authorization. What did we forget in the meantime? We forgot that once again, the OTA tried to get the South Extension authorized in this body and failed. They tried to get it authorized in both the House and the Senate. Here's actually the bill, and this has also been submitted to the Supreme Court. They tried to cross off Moore and Norman in the Oklahoma City outer loop and put Purcell instead. I would submit to you that by the time we get to the late 90s, Moore and Norman is not the outer loop anymore. Moore and Norman is becoming part of the inner suburbs. More homes are being built. More people are living there. You're doing what Kevin Stitt said we can't do, which is disrupt too many people when we build a turnpike. So what they do in 1999 is they cross out Moore and Norman and put Purcell, and it fails. What they do in the Senate is they kind of do a little option route. They kind of let the OTA decide whether they're going to put it between Moore and Norman or Purcell. And again, it failed. Back in 1999, the OTA and ODOT together, Neil McCaleb back then occupied Chairman Gatz's position. They went and they did things according to the rule of law and representative democracy. They asked first. They went to this body and said, okay, we know we don't have a South Extension. We know we have a problem in 1705F with completing the Oklahoma City outer loop. So let's go to the legislature and fix it. And the legislature said, no, we're leaving it the way it is. And they actually went to the public for all these routes. They went to the people in the area for all these routes, and they asked, what do you folks think of all these alternative routes? This, what we now call the East-West Connector, what we now call a South Extension. And the public said no. And Chairman McCaleb's response was, okay, the people have spoken and we have listened. We're not going to do this. And a gentleman who was at that time at ODOT and now is the head of one of the OTA's primary contracts, Poe Engineering, confirmed that these routes were dead and that they would have to get legislative authorization for them. But so many years later, because we don't have sunset laws for these, we've forgotten. And this is not just a Norman, Cleveland County issue. It's easy to say that. This is not just a Norman, Cleveland County issue. There are a whole lot of routes. You're going to hear from one of ODOT's trainers. Amy Serrato is going to show you some maps with routes all over the state that are lurking in there without sunset provisions. I would submit to you, and we heard it in the Supreme Court, that the OTA is going to look at building more of these non-sunsetted routes in the future. They're going to continue to study this. They're going to continue to work all over. These routes are all over the state, and they're very old. They're 30, 35, even older than that, and they have no sunset provisions. People moved into these places. People set up farms, ranches, businesses, homes, and they don't know what's coming, but it will come. And by the way, I have a little story to tell, one little last story to tell about the process of bond validation in the Supreme Court. All the OTA has to do to give notice to the state of a Supreme Court proceeding to get permission to build a turnpike is publish in a newspaper. They don't have to do what almost every other litigant has to do in every other case, which is get good service of process, at least by mail. And this is part of what's broken with the process. There's one more opportunity to get word out to the public, to get word out to possibly affected property owners. Do what most people have to do and figure out who's affected by this deprivation of liberty, by this deprivation of property. Let's at least mail a notice out to them and tell them, we're getting ready to go and ask for legal permission for these routes, and they don't have to do this. One of the outside lawyers for the city of Norman in the Kickapoo case was actually victimized by that lack of due process. He had kind of followed the process and seen a preliminary route up, and it did not affect some farm and ranch land that he cared about. Well, he didn't get notice of the bond validation proceeding, so he wasn't able to keep up. He wasn't able to be heard. He wasn't able to file a protest. And after they get their bond validation, they move the route a mile over onto where his land is, and there ain't nothing he can do about it by then. He's stuck. Because the way the statutes read, he's stuck. He didn't get due process. He got land taken that he didn't want to get taken because he didn't get due process. He thought it was going in somewhere else. So what this ultimately is across the state of Oklahoma, this is about the rule of law and representative democracy and individual liberty. We are supposed to be governed first and foremost in Oklahoma by a legislature, not by an executive agency with no guardrails. Look at this right here. You all haven't passed any laws or made any decisions yet. You've asked the public to come in here. And you've asked the stakeholders to come in here. And you've given us more than 24 hours notice. You've said, this is what we want to hear. Anyone is invited. People with representatives, we want to keep control of proceedings, of course, but hey, people can come up to speak from all sides. The OTA, PIKE off OTA. Citizens can be here and listen to this. This is not what the OTA is doing. The OTA is saying, we're putting in 3 new turnpikes and we're putting in a 15-year, $5 billion exponential expansion of our business model, and we're doing it. We're not seeking input from the public. We're not seeking input from the city governments before we do it. We're doing it. They can have all the input they want, but we're doing it. We're telling our contractors not to vary the routes. We're telling our contractors, you stay with those routes we initially put on there. So what this ultimately comes down to is putting some guard rules on the OTA. Public input before the decision is made to build a turnpike. City government input, county government input before the decision is made to build a turnpike. Sunset provisions. You know, we kind of got one in 1705F, but everyone forgot about it. You gotta really put your thinking cap on to get it. Simple sunset provisions saying within so many years of getting authorization for a route, you got to start building it, like we did with the Turner. Let's go back and let's put representative democracy. Let's respect individual liberty, and let's respect the rule of law. And that's basically what we're asking. I think I'm supposed to open it up to any questions.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate that, Rob. Any questions for Mr. Norman?
Did it too easy.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate your time. Appreciate your time. Next, in the committee room, we don't applause and make noise, or we'll have to ask the sergeants to escort you out. So please give respect to those speaking, because applause doesn't really help in here. So I appreciate your enthusiasm, but it really doesn't help you in here. Amy Serrato, you're recognized. Please identify yourself, your title, and the reason you're here presenting, and you're recognized.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can everyone hear me okay? All right, my name is Amy Serrato, and I'm a resident of Cleveland County. I'm also an impacted homeowner on the southern extension, and I'm a professional civil engineer. My expertise is in geotechnical engineering, so everything to do with what you build with soil, on soil, and through soil, that's what I do. And I also train the Oklahoma Department of Transportation soil mechanics technicians on the proper procedures and protocols on how to test, collect, and test soils, and how to classify those soils for engineering design. So I can tell you that I am an expert in civil engineering protocol, procedures, and ethics. Some of you might recognize me. I was in your offices last spring giving you my 30-second sound bites on why these routes should not be built, and asking you to put in citizen protections like requiring current, meaning this decade, studies to justify the routes, and also to perform audits to find out how the money really works. I'm here today to expand on those sound bites and ask again for your help in starting the process to put citizen protections in place. When I first heard about these turnpikes back in February, my engineering brain kicked into overdrive, and I thought, surely this is a mistake, because these routes make no sense, no matter how you look at them. Surely I could put together a clear and concise engineering packet to explain to the OTA that they made a mistake, and no ethical or competent engineer would ever pick these routes. But as I would come to find out, these routes have nothing to do with engineering. Regardless of the missing engineering component, Norman told the OTA back in the 90s that they don't want these routes. And the legislators listened and did not authorize these routes. Then in 2019, the governor made it clear in his campaign speeches that he would not allow roadways to be built that were contrary to the will of the people. And his own GOP platform said no more new toll roads and no more eminent domain use. So I ask you, how is this zombie project resurrected after 23 years? But even though the laws and the politics say that these routes shouldn't happen, let's get back to the engineering, because that's what I'm here for. These routes shouldn't happen because they make no engineering sense. And as I progress through my presentation, I'll touch on the following points and suggest legislation that would force the OTA to properly justify and design routes with citizen and municipality input, rather than ruling with a dictatorial hand and building wherever and whenever they want. So there are no sound justifications for these routes. The proposed routes make no engineering or economic sense. The proposed routes make no environmental or ecological sense. The proposed routes are geologically destructive. The proposed routes impact five times more families per mile than any other turnpike. And the proposed routes are poorly managed from an engineering, ethical, and financial perspective. So just for the legislators' background, other constituents and legislators have agreed with me that the OTA needs to have their powers stripped and accountability legislated on them. And these are the bills that have been written and discussed in committees and on the floors of both the House and the Senate from 1993 to present. Unfortunately, even the most common sense engineering policies that exist in almost all other states, like allowing robust and real public comment periods where various route options are presented to citizens and municipalities using iterative design processes and buy-in from the communities. They have things like performing multi-year, multi-seasonal environmental impact studies on several different routes, and they also require performance and investigative audits. All of these measures are absent in Oklahoma. If there isn't anything to hide, and the OTA is actually doing your constituents and the state of Oklahoma a favor by building them a pay-to-ride toll system, then why can't we get any constituent protections passed? I hope everyone in the room knows that only 8 of the 11 turnpikes in the state of Oklahoma don't generate enough revenue to pay off their debt load or pay for their maintenance. But your legislative predecessors legislated the OTA the ability to cross-pledge in 1954, which means they can, for example, use their anchor turnpike, the Turner, to pay for all other turnpikes they build. So none of their turnpikes actually have to make engineering sense. None of their turnpikes have to be justified. None of their turnpikes actually have to generate revenue. None of their turnpikes have to have sound engineering or environmental impact studies done. And apparently, they even think they can build unauthorized turnpikes, including the Kickapoo and these 3 proposed turnpikes through Cleveland County, all with the state's sovereign power of eminent domain and no oversight. I think it's about time your constituents are protected with legislation to curb the OTA's out of control power. So here's how we start. Before we can fix the engineering policies, we have to fix the system. The same person cannot lead both the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority and the Oklahoma Department of Transportation. ODOT has to follow one set of fairly strict rules because they use federal dollars, and they have all the engineering capabilities. Whereas OTA has no rules to follow because of lax legislation. Yet apparently, they utilize ODOT engineering when they need engineering help, as you heard before, and they get loans from ODOT when they are fiscally in trouble, as we found out from our open record requests. There should be a legislative investigation in the cross-mingling of funds. Check out the distribution of gas tax, for example. But you know when these commingling of funds and weird conflicts of interest wouldn't happen? When you have 2 different people leading both agencies. In addition, the Secretary of Transportation has to be an independent appointment that oversees all of the state's transportation planning. These 3 jobs cannot be commingled. This is a massive statewide Oklahoma issue, not just a Cleveland County issue. So for those senators and representatives in the room that are not in Cleveland County, please look, because your area may be under the bullseye of the OTA. The OTA has numerous location authorizations sitting dormant, waiting in Statute 69, Section 1705 to surprise Oklahomans in the path that the OTA can pull out at any time to an unwitting public. I wonder how many people who voted for these authorizations back in 1987 are even still alive or live in the state. What percentage of Oklahomans living here today were able to vote on this back then? I was in elementary school. How can the OTA possibly say this is the will of the people when so many of us were in elementary school and not even alive at the time? Even though the OTA has all these dormant authorizations sitting in statute, they are trying to build 3 legs that aren't even legislatively authorized. Why? The legislature and the public were sleeping 4 years ago when they built the Kickapoo. We aren't sleeping now, and we have to stop this egregious overreach of power. So you've seen some timelines today, but I want to show you one more. The OTA's repeated emphasis on the Access program as a long-term project, aside from the inconsistent pace they're presently keeping, is a distraction. Regardless of their project schedule, the critical timeline for legislators is when they sell the bonds. Remember, they announced the project after the deadline for this year's legislative session, and they're seeking approval to sell the bonds right now. Once they sell the bonds, you, the legislators, have no power to stop the OTA. You need to understand that very clearly. If they've been insisting that there's no urgency, particularly to you, it's a flat-out lie. The failure of the legislator to act during the last session would have condemned us to having these unauthorized, unjustified, and unneeded turnpikes built if it weren't for privately funded litigation that ultimately seeks to return the power back to the people and back to you, the elected officials. This legal fight might still not be enough. If the Supreme Court rules in the OTA's favor and allows them to sell the revenue bonds for the Access program, we've lost our shot at any kind of honest oversight of the OTA. A win at the Supreme Court will condemn your constituents to 15 years of a transportation program that's unneeded and codify the unrestricted power of the OTA for generations to come. Legislators in the room right now, take a moment to think about this. The OTA announces the Access program after the legislation deadline for this year's session and repeatedly publicly emphasizes that we drop our sense of urgency, while they, in the back room, steamroll their approval to sell the bonds before next year's legislative session, They lied to you. They lied to us. They went after the bonds already. Their propaganda was meant to dodge you, and it worked, because here we are, doing an interim study while they await the ruling from the Supreme Court that would eliminate your authority to do anything about the routes. I think it's important to note that the OTA has a history of getting so far along in a project so quickly that no one will step up to stop them. And I'd point you to some 1990 articles about the Creek Turnpike, where that same thing happened. We're asking for your help in pulling back some of the power from the OTA. An engineer can't build without first doing studies. But first, let's back up a little further in the process. A transportation engineer or technical professional should never make the decision on where a road or a street should be built. That decision must be made by the people, and that is in every single federal transportation guidebook right now, published right now today, and you can read about that. For example, the people of Norman have now rejected these turnpikes twice at the OTA and once with ODOT. The process of how OTA dictates to communities where, when, and how they will build a road must be fundamentally changed, and I'd love to work with you on legislation that does just that. Why does the OTA want to build these roadways where they aren't wanted? Why does the OTA fail to acknowledge municipalities' long-term planning documents that specifically and intentionally protect rural areas from development? Not only does their dictatorial business model need to change, they need to first have citizen and municipality interest, but then they have to be required to engage in meaningful studies to see if the routes even make sense. Those studies need to be publicly vetted and the route options provided. Once a route has been accepted by the local people and municipality, ensuring all community goals are met, only then should the OTA be allowed to approach the legislation for authorization. So just for your information, we open record requested what current studies could possibly justify these routes. And what we got were studies from the 1980s and 1990s that used routes several miles from where the current routes are being designed. You should ask Representative Eccles what a difference a mile can make. And with no published studies, the OTA and their corridor manager, Poe And Associates, has gone ahead and green-lighted engineering design along one route corridor with no option of deviation. No legislative notification was provided to you before the public announcement. No citizen input was requested before routes were dictated from on high, and no impact studies were performed. That's why they can't tell you how destructive their routes are going to be. Everything has been done in secrecy. All information about the OTA processes and procedures has to be requested through open records requests. And still they schedule impromptu meetings with stakeholders, yet forget to invite people like me, who have a vested interest in these routes, whose lives they will immediately impact. How is this transparency in government? Because it's certainly unethical engineering. As a practicing civil engineer, I will tell you that these proposed routes have nothing whatsoever to do with sound engineering practices. You're looking at traffic data that I pulled to prove to you that the traffic justifications the OTA told you about this morning in the session and just before I spoke are absolutely false. Not only are these routes not legislatively authorized, but they're not in the least bit justified. The OTAs put their propaganda machine on high spin, telling everyone these routes are to relieve traffic on I-35. Using overinflated traffic counts and congestion on I-35 to justify building these East Norman turnpikes is just wrong. As you're going to see in a few slides, these routes aren't actually even reliever routes. They are feeder routes that will make the traffic on I-35 worse. In any case, the traffic projections are wrong. They were wrong in the 90s when the OTA tried to justify these turnpikes, and they're wrong now. But I want you to know, as non-civil engineers in the room, that the goal of a traffic model to predict the future flow of traffic accurately is not correct. It's impossible. Even though the person doing the modeling likely believes their own results, at least enough to bet my money on them, the goal is nearly always simply to justify more investment in transportation. The goal of traffic modeling is not to be right. It's to create a plausible narrative as to why more construction is both needed and helpful. But why would a local consulting firm provide inflated traffic counts to the OTA? Because there's an absurd feedback loop between the DOTs and consulting traffic engineers. The DOTs pay the modelers and engineers to deliver objective projections, but since these engineering firms rely on future work to stay in business, the engineers end up doing exactly what the DOT wants. If the engineering firm believes the DOT's goal is to solve congestion, then the firm will offer up projections showing the need for more capacity, regardless of real-life conditions or human psychology. So, to give you a little bit of an idea, the best of all traffic projections can be boiled down to a third grader with a straight edge using past traffic counts to project future demand. And with that basic model, we won't see the OTA's projected congestion until 2080. And that assumes no further advances in how, when, and why we travel. Traffic projections are consistently and historically overstated, and the federal government transportation design guidelines make this very clear. And please ask the OTA to put some numbers to their pretty colors on their traffic projections, because I have been unable to get those through open record requests. At the very first town hall at Cross Point Church, Poe And Associates said the population in Norman would double, and that's why we needed these turnpikes. This math shows that Poe has either used a terrible model or was outright lying. This is yet another situation where there are only a few possible cases for Poe and the OTA. They made an innocent mistake in all these poor traffic projections and population projections. They didn't make a mistake and they're misleading. They are providing the predetermined results that the OTA told them to provide. For OTA, there's only two scenarios. They failed to catch the mistake by neglecting due diligence in a multi-billion-dollar project, or they knew the numbers were misleading the public, but that justifies their transportation project. There simply is no alternative hypothesis here that puts them in a good light. We have to demand that the OTA provide sound engineering justifications if they're going to take people's homes to build unneeded and unnecessary roadways. So the Oklahoma Department of Transportation has an 8-year construction plan that's paid for with state and federal monies. In that plan, ODOT recognized that several interchanges along the I-35 corridor needed to be updated and improved in order to improve traffic flow to better align with I-35's design capacity. Improving the traffic engineering along I-35 is a smart way to improve traffic flow. For some reason, though, ODOT stopped the fully funded Route 9 West interchange and have now halted the Indian Hills Interchange Improvement Project, even after acquiring multiple properties in the proposed right-of-way, as shown, several years before the interchange was shown on their 8-year budget, which is something that is pretty unusual for ODOT. The deputy director of the OTA was heard saying that these properties would be transferred to the OTA for the Turnpike project. Prior to the announcement of any Turnpike project, ODOT goes ahead and buys more property than it needs for a federally funded interchange project several years ahead of when it's budgeted. I'm asking the legislators to investigate the commingling of ODOT's and OTA's funds and ensure that independent oversight is placed on each entity so that the public is protected. These entities need to stay separate, and any mergers that are proposed cannot happen until there are two separate directors. As an aside, if people don't know in the room, ODOT was just received $191 million in unallocated federal funds. This is more than enough to complete the I-35 improvement projects on the corridor between Purcell and Oklahoma City. So another justification that OTA gives for these proposed feeder routes is that they will save 50 minutes between Dallas and Tulsa. It's obviously not true. Just take a look at the map. You have State Highway 69, that's 262 miles and much faster coming up from Dallas, from Dallas to Tulsa. If saving 50 minutes between Dallas and Tulsa was a legitimate motivator for spending billions, obviously there's a shorter path. And widening State Highway 69 would cost only $1 billion. That's roughly $3.8 million per mile. And for comparison, widening State Highway 9 cost about $3 million per mile before federal reimbursements and $1.7 million after federal. But that 50 minutes isn't a motivator. It's intended to be a selling point to the public. We don't know what the motivator for this project is. We only know what it isn't. It isn't what they're saying, because what they're saying isn't true. This route will not save time on a drive between Dallas and Tulsa. This route will not be appealing to big trucks. This route will not relieve congestion on I-35. The congestion on I-35 is not the situation they claim it to be, nor will it ever be what they claim it will be. As I'll show you in a future slide, this route will not have significant effects on accidents because accidents occur at all hours of the day, mainly due to excessive speed and impaired driving. I need you to know, as an engineer, that their justifications are wrong. The media talking points that they're using with you are wrong. Their legislative justifications are wrong. Oklahoma shouldn't be building new alignments. We built out our infrastructure decades ago, and now we should be focusing on improving traffic engineering and correcting our past mistakes by thinking not only about vehicular safety and movement, but community values. We should focus on keeping and building wealth within our communities, not building unnecessary, destructive, generational, wealth-destroying bypasses through them. So the OTA's justification to build the feeder routes for removing truck traffic off I-35 was just shown to be false because most trucks headed east are using State Highway 69 out of Dallas. But now the federal government is planning a new Ports to Plain I-27 interstate that goes up through our panhandle, which will take all of the long-haul truckers going west away from I-35 and up through our state. I-27 is a federally funded interstate highway. We don't need more turnpikes to displace hundreds of Oklahomans when the federal government is funding the expansion of an existing corridor that will better serve truck traffic needs. The OTA should not have the power to tell us where the roads are needed and where they were built. The citizens and communities should be making these decisions because the OTA works for the people, not the other way around. So I wanted to put this map up for the non-civil engineers in the room. Take a look at this route. Do these proposed turnpikes look like reliever routes to you? This thing is way too big to be considered from a design standpoint as a reliever route. Not only that, in every other city, in every other state, reliever routes go around cities, not through them. And definitely not through impaired watersheds that's the drinking water for the surrounding communities. These routes don't relieve anything. They will actually feed more vehicles on I-35, which is the opposite of the OTA's proposed justification. The Departments of Transportation are the property of the people. The people are not obstacles in the way of a tyrannical secret agenda. Yet here we are with the OTA, an instrumentality of the state that has this new alignment agenda it has kept secret and continues to keep secret from the people that they should answer to. I'd like to see true public input processes put in place. I'd like to see true representative democracy. I'd really like to see sound justifications and engineering design, and this has to come through legislative oversight. One of the major issues with how the OTA does business is their lack of accountability to uphold environmental standards. They are required to do no studies. The only time they are required to do any sort of study is when they cross federal land or when they intersect a federal highway. This is not a good engineering model. We can't allow a state agency or a private entity, for that matter, to build anything without first performing impact studies. For your information, because we did not know this before we started this process, the OTA and the ODOT have a memorandum of agreement with the Oklahoma Water Board that evades standard procedures that are typically used to comply with the Clean Water Act. I think that needs to end. This is unfortunate as the proposed turnpikes cut through the heart of an already impaired 303D watershed that provides drinking water for 3 cities. Not only does it cut through the watershed, but it cuts through the Garber-Wellington Aquifer, which is the drinking water for Norman, Del City, and Midwest City. It also provides water to East Norman residents and the city of Norman through wells. Without clean water, we have nothing. A smart, ethical, and competent engineer would look at this and say, if this road was truly justified and needed, these routes would push east to the other side of the lake and outside of the watershed. This east-west connector and this southern extension are just not needed. And as I'll show you in another slide, ODOT proved that themselves back in 2003. More environmental impacts. The large amounts of concrete change the temperature of the land. With all that concrete being at the heart of the watershed and drinking water aquifer, it's likely that the stormwater runoff will increase the stream and lake temperature, causing problems for not only humans, but the wildlife that depend on that water source. Not only will the stormwater be heated, but it will be polluted. And you should know that OTA often gets away with this type of destructive design because they buy wetland and environmental credits elsewhere. So, for example, if they destroy 100 acres of our wetlands here, all they have to do is pay money to create 300 acres of wetlands someplace else, not even in our state. That doesn't help the residents of Norman. You should also note that while the OTA says they will help Norman fix the flooding issues along Indian Hills, they often create flooding issues, and they don't mitigate them. Along the Kickapoo, an unauthorized turnpike that they built a few years ago, the OTA is embroiled in several lawsuits with landowners whose lands have been destroyed by the flooding caused by the turnpike, which, by the way, also had 0 environmental studies performed on it. At the secret meeting the OTA held a few weeks ago with the City of Norman stakeholders that ignored the public, they came right out and said they don't fix flooding issues outside the right-of-way. Well, if their turnpike cuts down the middle of the Little River floodplain, which the deputy director told you it would this morning, and then pushes water off the sides, how can they claim that they are helping with flooding? They're just pushing it off to the adjacent residents. Studies that model groundwater flow and rainwater runoff using proposed routes should be done well in advance of proposing these routes. That east-west corridor runs the length of the Little River Plain, destroying all that wetlands and all that green space that the City of Norman has been protecting with the 2025 plan. These routes are absolutely unacceptable from a civil engineering perspective. The routes are also geologically destructive, and you know what? The OTA would have known that had they done any studies before they drew a crayon line on a map and said that their routes would not destroy, they would destroy less homes if they pushed it east than if they left it where it was in the 80s. Our barite roses, which was made our state rock since 1968, occurs only one place in the world, and that is in East Norman, in a small band between Lake Stanley Draper and Lexington. The OTA must be required to perform justification and impact studies. They can't go around destroying geologic formations. They can't go around destroying the environment and destroying people's homes. I think one of the strangest things I've learned through this process is the OTA can't tell us how many homes they'll destroy. We figured that out in 2 hours with Google Maps. And we know that the proposed routes are a disaster in terms of human impact. They're going to impact 5 times more families per mile than any other turnpike. And their talking points of it's 3 miles east of where it used to be because it's going to impact less people is false. Actually, if you move it west, you impact 75% less people. And if you move it to the east of the lake, you're at 450% less people you're impacting. So obviously they have not done their due diligence. Does the OTA have a threshold for homes and citizens displaced beyond which the OTA would no longer find this project feasible? I've asked that question several times, and do you know what the Director of Strategic Communication told us? She said it does not serve what we are doing to go in there and count possibly impacted homes. Really? So they're going to use the state eminent domain powers and take our homes, but they can't tell us how many and give us alternative routes. The OTA has steamrolled their engineering design with no environmental impact studies and plans on sending property owners letters to start the acquisition process by January 2023, less than 1 year from public announcement. I find it abhorrent that human impact would not even be a consideration in planning proposed turnpike routes, and I find it ridiculous that we can't be more proactive in trying to reel them in. They're trying to get this all built before we can stop them. So some history for you and a question. If this has nothing to do with engineering or transportation need, then what the heck is the OTA's real reason for trying to build these routes? And it isn't the first time either. This is the second time they've tried. I've already showed you that the justification for these roadways is not based in sound engineering, and I showed you that they don't make any engineering, environmental, geologic, or human impact sense. They are the antithesis of what the City of Norman is trying to create with their 2025 long-range transportation and planning documents in keeping our drinking water safe with low-density rural living east of 48th Street. The City of Norman does not want these high-speed roads ripping up the land, and sending cars hurtling through our town, destroying generational wealth and security. We want to work on our center city and create a culture that brings people in and builds wealth for our community with well-thought-out streets designed by the people, for the people. The city of Norman told that to the OTA in the 90s, as you can see from the newspaper clipping. In fact, the transportation officials acknowledge that they shouldn't be building a turnpike that the people don't want, and they acknowledge that these east reliever routes are unnecessary. What more do we need to know? The OTA's 15 other spots in the state they are actually authorized to build in. If they really need the bond money to pay their ballooning debt, maybe they should go where they're already authorized. Here's a study from ODOT that you probably haven't seen because it was buried in an open record request. After the city of Norman and the legislature refused authorization for these proposed routes in 1999, ODOT took up the reins and did some preliminary studies about reliever routes east of I-35. They actually did a smart thing and pushed the routes out east of the lake and out of the watershed, and then they cut back towards Purcell and then a little further south into Wayne. But after they ran their studies, even they acknowledged that the new routes were too destructive and had the same exact travel times as their proposed new alignments. So instead of wasting taxpayer money on an unnecessary new alignment and displacing hundreds of families, they made some smart engineering decisions. And they decided instead to widen Route 9 to 4 lanes all the way out to Route 102, and then widen Route 102 from Route 9 to I-40. What happened to those kind of sound engineering decisions that are made with sound engineering studies? And finally, I do think it pretty clear by now that this entire boondoggle has nothing to do with engineering and everything to do with money and power. But before I stop talking about engineering, I wanted to present you with yet another OTA talking point: safety. After all the pushback on the false justifications shown with the traffic modeling, the poor feeder route design, the lack of any sort of OTA knowledge of the greater transportation landscape in Oklahoma and beyond, the lack of any current engineering or environmental studies to show that these were the best routes, and the complete and utter destruction and devastation that these poorly sited planned routes would have, the OTA turned to the only thing left: safety. Fear sells. And so if they can tell you that they're trying to improve the safety by having these reliever routes, people will perk up and listen. But I wanted to show you that these, my pointer won't work on that screen, Senator, but I have the total crashes versus the crashes within the study corridor. And you'll see that there's only about 100 crashes in the study area per year, 76 of those which were minor. So I plotted them over time so you can see on the bottom it's over time. You see everything in red? Those are the fatalities. The fatalities occur according to the state trooper logs that they're induced by alcohol and high speed. The what color is that? In the orange, that's the serious crashes. They also occur over the whole time span, and they are also high speed, but also driver age. And then you'll see in minor crashes, which is purple, you'll see a slight peak around the afternoon commute. We're at the peak. There are 12 minor crashes per year. Per year. Fender benders, 12 per year in the study session. From the log notes on those crashes, they were fender benders in and around the many poorly engineered interchanges in the study area, which was a big reason that ODOT put the 2 interchanges on their 8-year construction plan. They listed this very reason in the report when it went for public comment. OTA is trying to use fear to sell their turnpikes, and the data don't support this propaganda. Yet they are spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on advertisement to try to get the public to think these turnpikes are all about safety. How is it allowed that a state agency can embark on an all-out media advertising campaign to try to sell their goods to the public? They aren't the tourist department. All of their engineering justifications are wrong. They are currently building these turnpikes that the people don't want. They are not currently legislatively authorized, and they would be devastating the community and its generational wealth. I hope you ask yourselves at this point that if the turnpikes have nothing to do with engineering or revenue generation, then why would the OTA build them? That's a good question. The instrumentality of the state has been given the state's sovereign power of eminent domain, and yet has legislated themselves no accountability or oversight in the past 70 years. It's time for the legislators, on behalf of your constituents, to grab that power back from the OTA. I've already showed you how these roadways have nothing to do with engineering or transportation. They make no engineering sense. They're not justified. They never have to generate revenue. They don't have to because of cross-pledging. We have to change that. Roadways and streets should be about transportation. They shouldn't be a financial vehicle to make a few individuals wealthy on the backs of hundreds of thousands of Oklahomans. So before we can place engineering standards on the OTA, we must change the entire system from the bottom up. After getting rid of the cross-pledging allowance from the 1950s, we must sunset dormant authorizations because we cannot continue to hold 600,000 Oklahomans hostage in perpetuity. Next, we must acknowledge that transportation decisions cannot be made by transportation officials. They must be made by the public and the citizens who live in the community. The OTA should have no authorization to dictate a route to a community, nor should they have authorization to trump a community's long-range transportation plan that was created to encompass the core values the community adopted. Therefore, there must be local community want and need of new routes and municipality vote of approval to conduct studies. Those studies must be completed and alternative routes, including a no-build option, included for citizen comment and vote. Once the citizens in the OTA have finished their collaborative design, then the authorization can be requested, but only requested in tandem with the municipalities and the turnpikes would affect. None of this backdoor dealing anymore and secret meetings and non-disclosure agreements trying to get route layout and design done prior to public announcement. While this talk has been mainly about how the Turnpike Authority has ignored each and every ethical engineering policy and protocol in the book, it is also important for the legislature to require investigative audits before any turnpike revenue bond sale, along with more regular audits by the state auditor and inspector. The possible commingling of state and federal dollars at ODOT with the OTA's budget derived from tolling revenue must be rectified. And finally, I hope that it's quite apparent how the OTA has gone rogue and engages in absolutely no sound engineering practices and provides zero transparency and accountability to the state it's supposed to serve. The OTA has been allowed to swindle the citizens of Oklahoma long enough. They built the unauthorized Kickapoo. They are full steam ahead of these proposed yet unauthorized routes in Norman and are trying to get those properties bought prior to your next legislative session. If the Supreme Court comes back and denies their application for the revenue bonds, I hope you will help us stop them from pushing through the authorizations they want on these routes. And no matter what happens, I hope you will use these examples of the OTA's aggressive, swaggering, and destructive conduct towards your constituents as a catalyst for finally enacting legislation to stop the OTA's business as usual and help all of your constituents across the state get out from under the biggest bully on the Oklahoma block. We can do better. We must do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Serrato. Appreciate the time. Appreciate the information. Any questions for Ms. Serrato? Thank you for your time. Now, for those speakers that are left, we just have an hour left. And so just be aware of that time because, at 4 o'clock, the study ends. And so if you take up too much time, with all due respect, you'll take up the time of your fellow presenters. But appreciate the information so far. Next speaker is Tassie Hirschfield. And Ms. Hirschfield, if you would identify yourself and let us know, your title and your expertise and share your information with us. You're recognized.
Sure. Thank you so much, Senator Standridge and the committee for letting me speak to you today. My name is Tassie Catherine Hirschfeld. I'm a professor in the anthropology department at the University of Oklahoma. I do not represent the university right now. My research area specialization involves post-Soviet countries, particularly autocratic countries, and the transition out of communism in the 1990s. My interest in this particular issue has more to do with, I'm not directly in the path, but I'm very close. But all of my interactions at the meetings, at the OTA Public Forum, I have to tell you it was so familiar to my time in Cuba when a bunch of arrogant bureaucrats would announce policies and the public was expected to obey. And so that was part of my motivation in wanting to compile information to present to you and also to dive into the history, business, and finances of the OTA. So I'm going to go through these relatively quickly. I know we're short on time. I'm happy to give supplemental information if anyone is interested. So starting with this little managerial word of wisdom, every system perfectly calibrated to achieve the results it is getting. The results that I see when I look at OTA's finances are not good. They have a bottomless hole of debt, plans to take on quite a bit more. along with multiple lawsuits with fairly compelling evidence of misbehavior, including building illegal turnpikes. They have constructed more toll roads than any other state, and they have generated enormous public outrage. And honestly, none of us would be here today if this was a well-run organization. So that's sort of my summary, and let's talk a little bit about how we got there. So I'm breaking this down into 3 analytical points, and again, I'm going to go through these
Ms.
quickly.
Hirschfeld, I apologize for interrupting. Would you mind if I ask the chair, ask you one quick question?
Sure.
So where are you located with regards to these 2 turnpike routes? Do you say you're not there? Do you reside in downtown Norman, or
No.
do you reside?
I reside in East Norman. I'm probably less than a mile from the route that's planned.
Okay, all right. I was just kind of
my
curious.
house is not directly in the
Okay,
at least
thank
not
you.
yet.
Thank you.
Of course, they could always change that. And again, I'm happy to take questions, but I am going to go through this quickly, so if you have a question, just let me know. In my analysis, I see 3 interrelated problems in looking at all of OTA's history and documents and my interactions with them. One is cross-pledging, which you've heard quite a bit about already today. The second is there's no independent oversight of transportation sector and no cost control in projects, and that is actually very important. And the third is that there are no limits. The legislature puts no limits on OTA's borrowing, spending, or taxing, and it's important to remember a toll is a tax. It's a tax that is in some ways voluntary, meaning that it's sort of collected as people are using the service, but the more toll roads we have, the fewer options there are, and the less voluntary that becomes. So here's my visual explainer of the way turnpike finance is supposed to work. The banks have a giant spigot of money. It comes to the Turnpike Authority. They build turnpikes. They collect tolls. Those tolls go back to pay back those loans to the bondholders. And then eventually they get paid off and we don't have toll roads anymore. That's not how OTA actually works. The giant spigot of money flows into the Turnpike Authority. The drivers pay, but because of cross-pledging, mismanagement, poor cost control, those turnpikes never get paid off. Instead, the loans are always refinanced. The banks make a huge amount of money from this. As anybody who's ever refinanced a house can tell you, that line item of fees is significant. It's a percentage of the total. And then on the downside, even further, communities get destroyed, unnecessary, unauthorized turnpikes. And even worse, as we're learning in Norman, cities lose all control over land use planning, including long-term planning, protecting the watershed, limiting development in vulnerable areas. So this, to me, is, again, indicates why OTA has the problems that it does and some points of intervention. And I apologize if this metaphor seems a little crude, but this is absolutely what it's like to wade through their documents. The banks provide an all-you-can-eat buffet for money. The Turnpike Authority consumes as much of that as they possibly can, and then they just excrete all of these giant land use destroying highways throughout the state with no regard for whether they're wanted or needed. Moving on, why do we have these problems? Again, cross-pledging, it sounds strange, but this is fundamentally a Soviet business model. You rob your successful businesses and use them to support your failing businesses. And the OT's allocation of funds through cross-pledging absolutely replicates this. And it creates a problematic organizational culture because when you have a Soviet business model, you have a Soviet system, which means it's a semi-autocratic system, almost like a state within the state. They do not listen to public input. They do not care about public input, and they keep a lot of information secret from the public that they should not be doing. So if we actually had a marketplace model for turnpikes, no cross-pledging, it would look like this. These are the sort of diagonals. Those are the ones that are both profitable and necessary. They provide an important transportation corridor. The federal highway system goes north, south, east, west. We need that diagonal. But what you see in the other image is what we actually have, which is a lot of turnpikes that don't make good engineering sense, as Dr. Stroad talked about. They don't make good economic sense, and it's just this relentless overexpansion that does not do any service to the people of the state. So we can break it down by revenue, and I've got my little 2x2 table. Some of them you can see are necessary and profitable. Some of them are unnecessary but still profitable, like the Kilpatrick. Again, it makes a lot of money, but I don't know that it needed to be a toll road. But by far, the highest number of turnpikes are in the unnecessary, unprofitable category. I realize now I should have added another column that is unnecessary, unprofitable, and illegal, which would include the kickapoo, which was never authorized by the legislature. So again, systemic problems that need significant legislative overhaul. And here we are, policy failure number 2, no independent oversight. This kind of collapsing of institutional power over all transportation initiatives in the state has a number of huge red flags. And again, I work in a lot of autocratic countries. Corruption is a huge issue. This organizational structure creates huge corruption risks. And because of the secrecy of information, it's impossible to know. So when we ask you, the legislature, please audit this organization, it's because there are so many red flags. Corruption is not just a risk to the organization itself, it is a risk to the state. Corruption destroys public trust. Even the appearance of corruption destroys public trust in government, and that is already a problem that we have here in Oklahoma. And again, I also want to point out with the issue of oversight, one of the PIKE members actually did an analysis of the OTA board's voting patterns. And so between 2015 and 2022, they took 878 total votes. All of them, all but 3 were unanimous in favor. They were all in favor. There was just 1 dissenting vote 3 different times. That is not oversight. And so without oversight, you don't have accountability, and you get this proliferation of bad behavior for which there are no checks and balances. Again, this is, I could give you an hour's worth of little nuggets like this. This is just an image from their most recent report to bondholders. It's very strange that an organization lists its largest operating expense as other, 30% higher than maintenance, engineering, construction, right-of-way. I don't know why. It's a mystery. I think an audit could help answer some of these questions, or at the very least restore some public trust. And then the last one, this is also extremely problematic. Other states put limits on toll increases. Oklahoma does not. And without limits on toll increases, bond rating agencies, and I've read all of their reports, the bond rating agencies say, hey, we view this as a safe investment for bondholders because the legislature does not put any limits on toll increases. And so what that does is open the big money spigot, and OTA can use all that money to do whatever they want with no oversight, and any mismanagement, any failures of cost control, those get passed on to drivers. And so here we go. This also came out of one of our open records requests. It's the proposed toll increases for the Turner to pay for the access program. These are just based on 3% inflation per year rates, but in actuality, we all know inflation's much higher. So I think we can expect double-digit toll increases on the profitable turnpike to pay for all the ones that are unnecessary and unprofitable. And this is just a quick and dirty, and I won't go into all of it, just of their debt service and their continuing layering on of multiple different kinds of debt. So the bond debt is close to $2 billion. The total payback amount with interest and fees is closer to $3 billion. They've also taken out a number of short-term loans during the pandemic, which is a little bit of a cash crunch, and refinanced some loans. Much of these short-term debt is coming due in 2023. And again, I feel like if we had an audit or an independent person to look at the finances, it could help answer that question of how much of this aggressive push in the access programs is because they're going to have such higher debt service payments going forward. Debt service has been their largest expense since the 1990s, and they have continually miscalculated how high their debt service payments were going to become. So in 2006, they promised that by 2023 they would be paying $74 million per year. It actually is $128 million per year, and that doesn't include the short-term debt. So this is just, again, a little mini case study. This is the low-lying fruit that somebody like me can find very easily. The Gilcrease extension, the outside engineer's total cost estimate was $250 million. OTA, for some reason, decided to borrow over $400 million. The final cost is a little bit unclear. Again, I'm going on public documents, newspapers, around $325 for 5 miles of highway. That's a lot of extra money, and it's really unclear where it all went. And so It gets even more confusing in their original 2019 documents. They promised their bond investors they would always own and operate the Gilcrease. In their most recent document, they're like, hey, we don't own the Gilcrease. Who owns the Gilcrease? Can anyone answer that question in this room? And if OTA were a well-run agency, this question would not have to be asked, especially by someone like me. And my last point here, can OTA legally collect tolls on a road that they claim they do not own? And again, a well-run agency doesn't run into these kinds of problems, and it just to me says we need a lot more oversight and a lot more accountability. Again, people in Tulsa obviously very unhappy about this. When confronted, OTA said we had funding challenges. When I look at the numbers, the challenges I see that you took out $100 million extra beyond the cost estimate, and then somehow you need to put toll booths where you said that you wouldn't. So again, the public outrage dimension of this is only going to grow as the turnpike system continues to grow. So these are my last policy recommendations. I've got them in two categories. I like market-based solutions. Again, as someone who's worked in the Soviet, post-Soviet world, markets are very powerful. And so when we look at OTA that they do not like legislative oversight, obviously, they try to resist it. A great market-based solution would just be to let them be a private highway construction company, which means no power of eminent domain. You have to balance your budget. You don't have cross-pledging, and you cannot use the successful parts of your business to support the failing parts. So that would solve a lot of problems. A better option would be a little bit sort of a pick two from this menu, but just to limit their ability to impose toll increases. That will put the brakes on some of the borrowing and the excessive debt, make a sunset plan to retire some of that debt. And then the very last thing, and I realize it's more important, shouldn't be last, but mandatory reporting of all real estate transactions. Their financial documents list, I believe, $300 million worth of real estate as one of their assets. That number fluctuates by millions every single year, so they're buying and selling property. None of this is disclosed to the public. And again, speaking as an anti-corruption researcher, that is the biggest red flag. Like, you cannot have anonymous buyers and sellers with these kinds of transactions with a state-run agency with no oversight. So that's all I have. I'm happy to elaborate on any points, and this is just the basis of my analysis and a little bit about my expertise. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hirschfeld. Appreciate your time. Appreciate the information. Any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you so much. Appreciate your time. Next to present is Richard Bertharth. Where is he still here? Yeah. Hey, Richard. You are recognized, and we are quickly running out of time. My apologies, but I recognize, Richard, you're recognized. Please give us your title and what your expertise is and the information that you have to share. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Standridge and committee. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Rather than a joke, I guess I sort of have my own inadvertent joke. I have my good pair of readers, which I can't read without, and I managed to break them in my briefcase. So I have these wonderful Harry Carey look-alike glasses that my wife furnished me with. Tassie is our client. I am part of the legal team representing some 250 landowners who are challenging the Turnpike Authority's actions in kicking off these two extensions. And we find ourselves, we file our action in Cleveland County District Court. The Cleveland County judges all recused themselves, and Judge Morris down in Ardmore transferred the case to Judge Timothy Olson, who sits in Wewoka. Judge Olson has the case currently. The Turnpike Authority is seeking to remove the case so that it will be heard by the Supreme Court, and there is a mechanism to do so. We don't believe that's appropriate in this circumstance, and in fact, we agreed to a very, very rapid docket, which Judge Olson has put us on an extremely fast track so that we are set for trial in the first half of December. It's desirable, if you know much about litigation, to proceed if you need to conduct discovery, to do so in district court with a trial judge that is used to presiding over discovery disputes and so forth. which Judge Olson clearly is. The alternative would be to have a hearing referee in an administrative proceeding where you don't really get to call or cross-examine witnesses, and it would be a very, very truncated proceeding. We don't think that under the circumstances that would be desirable from a public information and transparency standpoint. So we're fighting that. Just yesterday morning, we had a hearing with Judge Olson on the Turnpike Authority had filed two motions, one seeking to stay our case until the Supreme Court decides whether to take up original jurisdiction. Judge Olson denied that. And then yesterday morning, we had a hearing on their other motion, which is for a protective order, attempting to block virtually all of the discovery that we are seeking, a discovery request that we served back on June 1st. And now, of course, Friday of this week will be the end of September. So it's been difficult sledding, but we're pushing as hard as we can. I heard something that was offered, I forget if it was Tassie, maybe Ms. Serrato, but referring to property rights as sacred. And, you know, it makes me think of the movie Grapes of Wrath, and a very emotional fella who was being pushed off his land, talking about how he was born there and lived there and grew his crops there, and by God, he was going to die there. Well, I don't think that's really hyperbole. All 250 of our clients chose to locate in this beautiful bucolic part of East Norman. They did so by choice because it's lovely and tranquil, and it's just a marvelous, beautiful rolling hill area. And it's no small thing to take someone's property without due process. And so at the end of the day, our mission is to see if we can force some degree of due process. So our lawsuit, it's not as involved as Rob Norman's case, and I salute him and his team for all the excellent work they've been doing. Ours is limited to just the issue of, does the Turnpike Authority have to observe the Open Meeting Act? Because we contend that they did not furnish any, certainly no meaningful, but really no information at all to signal what they intended before it was a done deal. It wasn't anything that one could divine from looking at the agendas or the minutes. And so this, as I say, it's a single issue case. My colleague, who's the lead counsel in her case, Stan Ward, learned of this when his wife woke up one morning in the end of February or perhaps the first few days of March, and opened the Norman transcript to see that the Turnpike Authority had it in mind to put their proposed southern route right through their living room. And Stan and Gail Ward have lived there and built this beautiful, beautiful homestead over a 40-plus year period. And so there is harm to so many people, not just with an ultimate condemnation, but just the threat of condemnation is itself quite jarring, and especially when there doesn't seem to be any meaningful remedy available. So our entire goal has been just to say, essentially, King's X, you didn't come out of the blocks correctly. You need to go back and restart things and show the public what you have in mind and allow for some degree of public input and comment. That is sorely needed. And in fact, we have drafted a proposed constitutional amendment, which, Christian, do you have that? And this is just a rough draft. This is something that we just put together. But the idea And this is something that, if you're interested, I can share with you a citation from the University of Chicago Law Review that addresses these situations. Some states do have this in place, and what we're contemplating is some sort of special election that would be thrown open to all landowners within 1 mile of any proposed turnpike route before it could proceed and have final authorization. We think that that would be very good governance and would balance the equities here, which unfortunately appear to be sorely or entirely in the authorities' favor, at least up to now. Because I contend, I think most folks would agree, that it is not good governance when you have an authority capable of launching projects like this. This one particular bond issue, of course, is $500 million, but it's part of a $5 billion long-range plan. At any rate, if we want to have good governance, there has to be some kind of checks and balances and an opportunity for John Q. Citizen to ask questions, ask the people in charge why they believe this is necessary, why it will pay for itself, why this particular proposed route was selected over other possibilities, and so forth. None of that has happened, and the counsel for the authority yesterday morning argued to Judge Olson that they really had no obligation to furnish any of that information or to really furnish any discovery. I was a little surprised to hear that. I don't think that that ought to represent the official position of any state agency or authority, but that's currently where we are. Question is essentially, are we going to have a system where the OTI can basically seek forgiveness after the fact, or are we going to have some sort of a procedural structure in place where they have to offer some degree of justification, allow the public to weigh in, make presentations, much as you would if you were a developer? I am sort of a humble part-time developer, and in my experience, it's always a good idea to go to the surrounding landowners and show them what you're contemplating before you just launch. Of course, in those situations, when you're seeking some sort of zoning relief at a city council, they do have a process by which they will circulate notice. And unfortunately, as one of the previous speakers demonstrated, there is no such procedure in place when it comes to turnpikes and any proposed routes. So this is very much an issue that I hope that Senator, you and your committee will take a hard look at. The enabling statutes for the authority and the Constitution, as Mr. Norman spelled out, do not specifically require these sorts of public disclosure and notices and so forth, but nonetheless, they are not exempt from the Open Meeting Act. So it is our hope that without more will cause this effort to go back to the drawing board, and if they can justify it, fine, but let's have an open and fair fight about it and let folks weigh in and do it the way that good government is supposed to function. Mr. Standridge, Senator, I know that time is short. I'm going to yield the rest of my time to the remaining speakers.
Thank you, Richard. Appreciate your time. Any questions for the speaker? Appreciate that very much. Good information. Next speaker, somebody from Norman, I think. Councilman Richard Tortorello, you're recognized, and you can tell us which ward you represent. I think it's
slide 3
in this area, and so you're recognized. And sorry about the time, but we are running short. So
I totally get it. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, committee members.
Yes,
and I want to go to slide 3. Richard Tortorello. I am the City Ward 5 council member, and I represent the city of Norman as well in today's study session. We were blindsided. So like everyone else, We learned about the Turnpike on February 22nd. I had my first town hall in March. Thousands of people showed up, wanting to know what was going on and why this was happening. My background, I was born and raised in Germany. I joined the Air Force, did 2 years in the nuclear program and 18 years as a combat communicator, and I currently appeal disability claims for the VA. Council was not made aware of the Turnpike. We learned about this on TV, no communication from OTA or ODOT. It was thrown upon us. We did the best we can to collect the information. We did the best we can to discuss this with the citizens. Ward 5, the largest ward in Norman, I represent 16,000 people. When this broke, they all had the same questions. I want to talk with the human side of this equation that was not looked at when this Turnpike was discussed. The human side is that in a landlocked area like Ward 5 and the serene beauty, the wilderness, the Garberton Wellington aquifer system, our impaired lake Thunderbird, which supplies the majority of the water to the city of Norman. Our well system provides water to the city of Norman. We have the largest undeveloped area above the aquifer. The aquifer refreshes itself on a good year at a rate of 1.46 inches. With development far north in Midwest City and going north to Guthrie, there's no chance for the water to refresh, to recharge. That is why it's so important, this fight, and why we fight, to show the people that legislation such as this, the unaccountability of OTA, we've had our discussions with OTA, but in my conversations with Ward 5 and those members, there's a big question mark. They have no idea what's going to happen to them today and tomorrow and the next 7 years. They have no idea if they're going to sell or stay or go. But to go back, we'll come back to the human issue, but the city council side, water is the source of life. And because Lake Thunderbird does supply the majority of the water to Norman and to 2 other cities, we feel that the stormwater master plan, as well as our long-range plan, have been interrupted by the Turnpike. And that puts us at a disadvantage with other cities because we have no idea how to proceed. And with no idea or little information on how to proceed, that creates a problem. The lack of communication. We feel that with the lack of communication, for example, we have schools on the east side of Ward 5. The school board, superintendent, at the study session where OTA presented, asked the question whether or not those schools and the routes and the parents and the bus routes will be impacted. OTA did answer that they would work with the schools to provide those routes. But until then, until we get that information, it's still a big question mark. I asked the city and the county assessor's office to look at the map and the route and to come up with a number of parcels affected. So 441 parcels affected on the southern extension, which equates to $72 million in market valuation. And then if lost, that's a loss of almost $900,000 in ad valorem taxes that could have gone to our schools. First responders, for example, because of the lack of communication, we need to know where the routes are, what roads are working on, take that into account when we send first responders to these scenes. As you know, the city of Norman filed a protest a couple of weeks ago, and we did so because we felt that the Ward 5 residents expected a response from the city. At the time when OTA presented at study session, I did ask the city attorney whether or not the city had legal standing, and at the time she said no. But over time and communication and conversations with the city attorney and staff, and those residents of Ward 5, the city and council unanimously decided that we would not only just support Ward 5 residents and 6 and 8, but we would also go ahead and join the protest against OTA. That was just our way of saying that we are with you. The people issue, I ran on private property rights. That was my biggest issue in my campaign. And what I see today, in my view, in my opinion, is a violation of those private property rights. For an agency with no accountability and no transparency at this point of unelected bureaucrats, they answer to no one when they should be answering to the people. That's a big problem. At least with elected officials, if we don't like what you do or say, we can throw you out of office and vote someone else in. With the members of OTA, not the same. We can't vote them out. They can stay working for as long as they can, years after we have been moved up out of our properties and out of Norman. I'm the unintended consequences guy. I look at things. That's what my military experience brings me. I look at, with the interest rates and the economy as it is today, and the lack of affordable housing, and housing for that matter, a study was done that in the city of Norman to meet our requirements for future growth, we require 23,000 new homes to be built. There's nowhere, no time, right now, have we ever come close to that. It's just what we need to build in order to meet the demands of the citizens as we grow. The biggest concern of Ward 5 and the residents is that where do they go? There's no place to buy. So for the small pittance they might get from OTA, with the inflation, the cost of building supplies, interest rates rising, they are not going to stay in the city of Norman. We will create, by having this turnpike come through Norman, a humanitarian crisis. Richard talked about the grapes of wrath. With the economy the way it is here, it's a possibility we're seeing families leave Ward 5 because they have no place to go. And because we are a generational caretaker people now, that extended family goes with them. And so we see a potential mass exodus of people leaving Norman. This affects and impacts the future generations that have bought this property, and there are people out in Ward 5 that have lived out there for 7 generations. 7 generations of birthdays, marriages, deaths, with the intention of passing the property off to their kids and their family members. It's not going to be a reality because it won't be available for them to do that. They're losing that heritage that connects us, that unique heritage that connects us with the city of Norman and our environment. There's something special about Ward 5 and the people who live out in Ward 5. I don't think I've seen this much activity and protest for a street, road, toll road. We're fighting to save our way of life. We're fighting to protect the aquifer, our impaired lake. These things are worth noting when you guys make a decision, and I hope it's made soon, because if the Supreme Court has its way or OTA has their way and their bonds are approved, we're going to be steamrolled. And as elected officials, ask yourself the question, would you join the fight if this was in your backyard? If this affected your mother, your brother, your family members in a different part of the state? All I'm asking is that my fellow elected officials speak up. You know what we're talking about. You know the family connection. If you would not tolerate this in your backyard, then why should we tolerate this now? I believe that the OTA has not made its case on the use of the turnpikes. And as such, we've had speakers before, We discussed the legal part of it, the financial part of it, the engineering part of it, and other legal aspects of this process. What is missing from this is community and citizen input. In the city of Norman, any land zoning, any change requires the city to notify the residents of these changes for their opportunity to participate and protest for or say they're against it. This process that we're enduring doesn't allow us to protest, doesn't allow us to have our inputs. And I find that incredibly unfair to my residents. We mentioned the GOP platform again. If the platform says no more toll roads, no more use of eminent domain without a vote of the people, I think the party and the state should adhere to what we profess to be our best qualities. As a conservative and a Republican, I don't want to start off a relationship in a bad way. This has no transparency. We're getting off on the wrong foot by not allowing us to have that conversation. Now, in conversations with OTA, I asked about, what about public notice? Well, the answer was, you got your public notice on February 22nd. That's not good enough for us. That should not be good enough for you. That's not the standard here in Oklahoma. And I don't believe that should be the standard going forward. This has been a hard road for myself and my fellow council members. This process is going to obligate future councils to deal with OTA because the process will take up to 15 years. I don't think that's fair to myself and the city of Norman. If you have it within your power to change this, I think you should act on it because this is my home. I decided to live here after retiring from the military, and I've been around the world, and I could have gone someplace else. I chose Norman, Oklahoma as my new home to raise my family. And everyone sitting out here and watching this tonight or watching the live streaming, you guys are all behind us, and we're fighting to save what is so valuable to us, and that's our heritage. It boils down to this is where we were raised, born, and this is where I want to die. And I think that everyone can understand that. So I yield the rest of my time to the last person. I thank you, Senator and committee.
Thank you, Councilman. I was expecting more of a build-up to closing. So I'm just kidding. No, you did good. Thank you. Appreciate it, Councilman. Appreciate the information, the passion. Commissioner, it's been a long day. My apologies. I'm a little bit frazzled. Commissioner, Cleveland County Commissioner Darius Stacy, please step up to the microphone, introduce yourself, and appreciate you being here, Commissioner. You're recognized, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Can everybody hear me okay on this? So first I want to say thank you to senators and representatives for having this interim study. I appreciate it very much as it's obviously very important to all of us. I want to start out by telling you that a little bit about myself. I'm a Cleveland County Commissioner. I've been doing so for 10 years. I live right in the middle of where this turnpike is going, and I've grown up there my entire life. So I'm not only addressing this as a commissioner, but as a citizen of Norman, as a citizen of the state of Oklahoma, but also as a brother, as an uncle, and as a son, that all of my family is being affected by this as well. So I'm going to walk through this, and my story is that of communication. So I'm going to start out, and just so everybody knows, I have a background in law enforcement, 23 years, retired police officer from the city of Norman before I became a county commissioner. I actually learned about this when I was riding in the pickup truck with my deputy commissioner, and I got a call from somebody and said, "Hey, did you see where the turnpike's going through? It's online now." And so quickly went back to my office, we pulled it up, looked at it, and I realized it was going right through my brother's house, my niece's house, and my aunt's property. So you can imagine immediately the phone calls start coming in. Hey, what's going on? What's this? Who gave this authorization? No clue, either as an elected official or as an individual that lives in that area. There's a lot of things that we are concerned about from a county level when it comes to the turnpike. Engagement is one of the biggest and most concerning to us. So the engagement with the Central Oklahoma Master Conservancy for District of Lake Thunderbird and our school members was one of the largest. I reached out to and I've spoken with not only our school districts, but I've also spoken with the COMCD, and I've talked to our law enforcement, our police, our fire, and really asked them, what's your opinion? What have you been engaged in communication? What have you found out? Overwhelmingly from everybody, it was the same thing. We're ignorant about it. We don't know what's going on, and we have lots of questions. One of the big things that I'm going to hit on is the impact to our watershed, the disruption of school buses, constraints and delays for first responders, and the damage to our existing roadways. So first of all, I want to take you to and show you, this is the watershed, and these are the lakes and streams that feed into Lake Thunderbird. As you can see, it covers this entire area, and if you'll look at the turnpike and the overlay directly over that, that's exactly where this is. As many of you know Lake Thunderbird, what's its nickname? Anybody? Lake Dirty Bird. And that's because of the sediment that runs into Lake Thunderbird. And it's still a really nice lake. It's a wonderful lake that makes the state lots of money. So it's a wonderful lake, and we really enjoy it. But what's going to happen when we put a turnpike through this area and you look at the watershed and all the sediment that's going to go in there? It is already considered an impaired lake, and the lake has a lifespan on it. So the question is, what is that going to do to the lifespan of our lake by putting this turnpike through it? And that's our drinking water in that area. So when you put the turnpike directly over the watershed, this is what you get. And that's all of the streams and rivers that go into Lake Thunderbird. This map shows the current land use watershed. And so you'll see the red is on the far side. And I think what's important here is the filter you see is the green. And that's what goes into Lake Thunderbird. Well, that's going to look just like the west side if we put a turnpike right over the top of this. So, in particular, I want to talk about this one area right here. The red oval indicates an area of concern near Rock Creek and Alameda Interchange, the route's proximity to the lake, FEMA flood zones, and through 2 natural wetlands. The wetlands are considered the kidneys of the lake. They filter, and that's directly where the turnpike is going through. These are the 2 wetlands as they're spelled out, and this is exactly where the turnpike goes through. ODOT and City of Norman, it's interesting, has invested heavily in a 10-foot wide multimodal concrete path along the north side of Highway 9 that goes all the way out to connect rural to urban. What's that going to do to that intermodal path, and has that been taken into account? I work with ODOT on a lot of different projects. We have one right now on 156th Street. We work absolutely hand in hand with our property owners. My foreman goes from piece of property from one to the next, talking to the landowners as we do projects, and we consider how these are going to be laid out. Well, guess what? This one's going entirely through District 2, Cleveland County, and I have not had any communication with them, and they haven't talked to any of our landowners in proposing this route. Best practices should be implemented to avoid disruption of school bus routes. I talked to all of our school officials for these areas, and they have major concerns. What's going to happen during the construction process? How is this going to isolate our Lakeview School, the one I grew up in my elementary school? Is it going to increase the population? Is it going to decrease the population due to houses that they move out in an already struggling school? Those are concerns. Create a plan of action, and I'm running through this very quickly, but what is the plan for our emergency services? As we go through this process, they have a system that's called CAD, which is a computer-generated dispatching. And the questions that I get from the police department are, how are we going to work with ODOT in order to address where we lose access? This has to be on a day-to-day basis updated so that they can dispatch emergency personnel, fire, police, and ambulance service to houses. And if they don't have that information, and to this day, they still haven't had contact or still don't know what's going to happen. Another major concern of our fire department emergency services is the sirens, tornado sirens in that area. As you can imagine, it's a pretty sensitive area for that. This goes directly through and will take out many of those sirens. The question is, does the city or the county have to go together and find another place to rebuild and put these? Will the Turnpike Authority allow land or buy extra land to allow us to move them? These are questions we have. Another huge problem we have in rural Cleveland County is what heavy traffic, heavy equipment traffic does to our roads, particularly our blacktop roads. They are not rated for the amount and the heavy traffic that's going to be on our roads. The problem is when they do this turnpike, they won't be using the turnpike to build it. They'll be using all of our county roads around it. How do they repay? How do they rebuild? How do they take care of the damage that caused to our county roads? So, in ending, I would tell you my biggest concern is communication moving forward. We as a county, we as a city, we as residents, me as an uncle, I'm concerned about that communication. I'm concerned about the people that are going to be displaced, where they're going to go. Are we going to lose the ad valorem and the citizens that we have there? And let's communicate. Let's talk about this. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions for Commissioner? I would add that Commissioner Stacy has a long background in public safety, so I appreciate you touching on those topics. We hadn't really touched on those earlier. Thank you, Commissioner. I did neglect it earlier. I recognized Chairman Gann and some others that were present, but Senator Warren Hamilton snuck in on me earlier, and I forgot to recognize you. Thank you for being here, Senator. Representative Sterling, thank you for being here. I would like to inform those listening that I think, Representative Sterling, you have an interim study coming into the House on this similar issue, correct? Thank you, sir, for being here. Appreciate you very much. We have one speaker left, the grand finale, if you will. Mike Smith, please come forward. I have enjoyed visiting with Mike on this topic over the months, and I know he's worked very diligently and very hard, very professionally on this issue. So, Mike, please identify yourself, and you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman. My name is Mike Smith. I'm a policy advisor for a local energy company and also a resident of East Norman. I've been there since 1998 whenever I went to law school and have been there ever since. Didn't find any reason to leave. So I can do this very quickly, so I promise you, Senator, I'll get you out on time. But you've heard a lot in this study today. I'm really just going to touch on this one point here because it really is what all of the rest of this flows from, and that's this lack of guardrail. The lack of guardrails within the Turnpike Enabling Act allow them to make a final decision before any studies have been done, before any communication's been done, and you've heard that from all of the stakeholders today. So really everything else that you see on this slide really just kind of flows out of that one point. But we do have to step back and we have to understand what our current state is and ask ourselves a question: how large of a toll system can Oklahoma reasonably support? We are number 28 in state population, and yet we have the second largest number of toll miles in the entire country, behind only Florida. And we're number 1 in turnpike miles per capita. The OTA is the single largest operator of toll miles in the entire country. So no matter how you parse the data, they're an outlier. Is it the intent of the legislature to have tolls across this entire system in perpetuity? The debt load of the Turnpike Authority, they're the single largest holder of revenue-backed obligations in the state. Access will only continue to solidify that position. Without action from the legislature and some sound policy principles put in place, we're going to have toll roads for the remainder of our lifetimes. Everybody's lifetime in this room will have tolls because of the ever-increasing debt. And this starts to create a vicious cycle where it's incentivized to have an ever-increasing, ever-expanding toll system, which will cause there to be additional toll increases, which continues to take money out of the economy. I think what they say, over $300 million is going to the toll system in revenue, and that takes that out of the local economies. And it creates this, again, this vicious cycle of an ever-expanding system with ever-expanding toll increases. So how do we get here? I think the answer lies really in the Turnpike Enabling Act, and more importantly, what the Turnpike Authority understands its authority to be.
Vested the exclusive power to the authority to determine in its sole discretion which projects to determine to be feasible, design, and construct in accordance with statutory authorization. This includes the entirety of a route, potential interchanges, and the discretion to start and end a turnpike in the vicinity of a particular authorized location.
Christian, can you play that top video real quick? I can't.
Broad powers to the authority to fulfill its mission of facilitating vehicular traffic and issuing bonds to construct turnpike projects. In fact, the only limitation on the authority's powers is that a particular project must be legislatively authorized.
So what we end up here is a situation where the Turnpike Authority believes its only limitation is legislative authorization, but that it alone has the sole discretion to determine what that authorization even means.
Broad power.
So we had a very recent example of this. That was Senate Bill 1610. We've already talked about that some, so I won't go back over it. But where the Turnpike Authority started to have a problem with this was when the information had to be provided to the legislature. That was where they started to get uncomfortable, and then it became untenable when you get to this last section here, where upon receipt of this information that Senate Bill 1610 required, which is very basic information, the legislature may modify the authorization as provided in Section 1732 of the Oklahoma statutes. This was the result. Again, this was brought up earlier, but we have the changing of the routes. So the day that the bill was passed by an overwhelming majority in the Senate, the Turnpike Authority changed the route to limit the impact. This is what avoiding oversight looks like. And this is why they're in such a rush. Again, we touched on this a little bit earlier, but just to paraphrase here, the legislature may repeal, alter, or amend the authorization of any turnpike or turnpikes for which bonds have not been sold at the time of legislative action. And that's what they're trying to avoid. And this is what it looks like on paper. Less than 7 months from the public unveiling of the Access Program on February 22nd, we have a hearing before the Supreme Court to try to validate those bonds, which is currently pending. In between there, you see what happened with Senate Bill 1610. You see the first lawsuit filed, the second lawsuit filed, the March 29th City Council meeting that Mr. E. Kelly talked about. And you see a couple of instances here where the Council of Bond Oversight actually denied their use of, first, the line of credit, and then second, the bonds on these litigated routes. And in fact, in the August 9th meeting before the council, they denied the ability to use those bonds on the litigated routes until both lawsuits were resolved and the validation was successful at the Supreme Court. But again, all this is being done to avoid legislative oversight, which is where this really lies. So where do we go? What do? We have to put sound policy in place, and this is really the crux of the matter here. And this is all very simple, and it's all very reasonable. The sunset provision that we talked about earlier, retire the routes and require they be reauthorized and constructed in a reasonable time frame. Describe the routes with appropriate specificity so that the public can make informed decisions on where they want to reside. When I moved to Norman, I didn't yet know where I wanted to live, but I did know one thing. I arrived in Norman in 1998, and by 2000, that route was dead, as was indicated earlier. So we felt safe to move to East Norman, and yet here we are. Again, good governance, Secretary of Transportation, Director of ODOT, and Director of OTA must all be different people. That's just good governance. And the board should not be appointed solely by the governor, but by this legislature, by both the House and the Senate. And then we need to ensure due diligence. Proper notice and input processes have to be in place. Again, that's just good procedure. We can't violate the land use plans of the cities, municipalities, or counties where these projects are going through. Give them a voice. They've planned their future, which this is taken away from them. Require the justifications to be based on recent studies. We can't keep making decisions on information that is 30, 35, 40 years old. Require independent performance and investigative audits by the Oklahoma State Auditor and Inspector. And I believe Senator Bergstrom this morning, you asked about additional audits that may be beneficial to avoid some of these issues that we're seeing and some of the concerns, and that's it. And then require full public disclosure of real estate transactions. Again, this is about transparency so that we can make proper decisions and have good due diligence. And then finally, how do we get to a toll-free future? Again, this has already been mentioned, but remove the ability to cross-pledge. Make sure these projects can stand on their own merit. Prevent the use of eminent domain and make sure that true market price is being paid for the properties that are acquired. Require a vote of the citizens. Let them be heard. Let them have a voice. And then finally, hold them to the same standards as ODOT. It doesn't make good policy sense for the standards to change simply because of the funding mechanism. So in short, we've provided these policy proposals to try to bring this situation back to really the legislature to provide the necessary oversight, and we think that this will put us on a path, hopefully, where we can have a toll-free future. Thank you.
A couple of quick questions, Mike, if you don't mind. Would you go back to that first slide? Any other members have questions? No. Okay. No, the one that had the stats. Oh, okay, second slide.
Go one more forward.
Oh, this
Yeah. So what you're saying, if I'm understanding this correctly, largest single operator. I'm trying to understand your third bullet point. You might have told me this before, so I apologize if you have. Is that a per capita figure, or is that the largest single operator?
So we are number one in turnpike miles per capita, but we're also number one as far as the largest single toll operator. So if you look at the numbers across the state, we're number two in turnpike miles. Florida has more overall miles. Although
Thank you,
we're gonna
Disney
catch
World.
up. But if you talk about, the largest single toll system, that's Oklahoma.
Okay.
And then if you look at Texas, they have multiple systems. I think they talked about that earlier, but
So if you added those systems together, do you think we would follow number two then, if you added Texas systems together?
Well, so the chart up at the top, that is total toll miles. So we're currently number two in total toll miles. We're ahead of Texas.
I wasn't aware of it.
We're behind only Florida.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry I didn't understand that completely. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you so much, Mike. Appreciate the time. Appreciate all the great information throughout the day. Appreciate those attending here and maybe some listening in online. Senator Bergstrom, do you have any questions or follow-up? Okay. Anyway, thank you to everybody that's attended. Thank you so much to the presenters for taking out your valuable time of your day, each and every one of you. And thank you to those that were here to, like me, be educated and learn, and look forward to working towards maybe some legislative solutions on this, and be glad to work with my colleagues on trying to see what the best foot forward is. Thank you so much. We are adjourned.
That's a wrap. Good job. All righty. Pretty comfortable chair for